Imagine you're at a place in your life where you're thinking about going to graduate school. You could be a recent graduate or a working executive looking for a new path or professional growth. You could be 25 or 35 or 45 or 55. You could come from China or India or Brazil or the United States. You could be Black or white or Asian or indigenous. You could be trans, gay, or straight. You could be differently abled. You could be a mom, a dad, a daughter, a son, a husband, a wife, a boyfriend, or girlfriend. If you, whoever you are, wherever you live, and whatever you do, wanted to go to graduate school, you would investigate where you wanted to go to school. You would meticulously research graduate programs, searching for the one particular curriculum that would fulfill your far-reaching goals. You would spend hours reviewing academic options, and after great debate, you would decide where to apply. In doing so, you'd engage in a rigorous effort to fulfill all of the application requirements. You'd write and rewrite your submission in pursuit of the exact right words to represent your intentions and goals and hopes and dreams. You'd wait to hear whether you'd be accepted with heightened nerves and anxious anticipation. Finally, the day would come where you would be notified that you were indeed accepted, and instantly you were knee-deep in plan making for the reorganization of your entire life. You'd make plans to move to New York City from India or China or Brazil or Baltimore. You'd make arrangements with your employers or business partners or clients to manage your new time constraints. You'd raise a great deal of money to pay for your graduate education. And then, inexplicably, you were in New York City meeting your fellow students, revealing who you are in a terrifying first-class exercise titled The Non-Representative Psychological Self-Portrait, and realized you were in an environment of like-minded comrades or differently minded classmates that challenged your thinking and helped you grow. Imagine working harder than you ever expected. Imagine absorbing every single second of what was supposed to be a 10-month intensive in-person experience that promised to transform your thinking, your intellectual scholarship, and your professional potential. And then imagine, if you can, 1 week after returning to classes after a much-needed spring break, to find that a deadly virus careening out of control was forcing you to leave the environment you were learning and practically living in to shelter alone at home. Imagine having to pivot to an immediate online learning environment. Imagine. This wasn't what you signed up for, but there was very little choice or alternative, and you soldiered on for 5 more months, day and night, to complete the intense daily requirements of your graduate program. You completed your classwork and your workshops, your projects and your thesis with grace and grit and rigor. And then, 10.5 months after you started your graduate studies, you were finished. Almost half of that experience was online, attending classes nearly every day during a global pandemic and a civil rights uprising and an employment crisis. It's almost impossible to imagine what this was like. But SVA Masters in Branding Class of 2020, you don't have to imagine it because you have lived it. And I am here today to introduce your Masters in Branding thesis to the public, but also to say thank you. Thank you for showing up through it all. Thank you for your commitment and your resilience and your brilliance. You've inspired me every day, and you've reminded me what true dedication is. Thank you. I'd like to welcome everyone watching today to the SVA Masters in Branding thesis presentation. On behalf of the Masters in Branding staff, Director of Operations Emily Weiland, current Studio Manager Amanda Gonzalez, and former Studio Manager Katie Scott, I'd like to welcome the President of SVA, David Rhodes, Executive Vice President Anthony Rhodes, Provost Christopher Cyphers, and the families, friends, and companions of the students of our program. I'd like to welcome the Masters in Branding faculty who have worked so closely with this remarkable group of students, as well as our extraordinary mentors, clients, and teaching assistants. Thank you all for being here. In March of this year, writer and activist Arundhati Roy wrote, "Historically, pandemics have forced humans to break with the past and reimagine their world anew. This one is no different. It is a portal, a gateway between one world and the next. We can choose to walk through it, dragging the carcasses of our prejudice and hatred, our avarice, our databanks and dead ideas, our dead rivers and smoky skies behind us. Or we can walk through lightly, with little baggage, with little luggage, ready to imagine another world and ready to fight for it. In today's thesis presentation, our students have attempted to do just that. In doing so, they employed their talent and intelligence to reimagine a future where connection to each other and to the world at large can continue to fuel our humanity." The overall theme of our thesis today is titled, "The Futures of Nearness, Reconnecting in a New World Order." The COVID pandemic has profoundly affected the social, political, and economic fabric of our society, one where nearness has been irrevocably ruptured. We felt worthy. We felt this worthy of academic examination. We are standing at a crossroads in our culture, facing a crisis of connection. But there isn't one single solution for one exclusive future. We are facing multiple futures, and we must be prepared to simultaneously create our potential futures together. Today, you're going to see presentations from 5 graduate student groups who have investigated the topics of intimacy, food supply, the workplace, the retail environment, and media and entertainment. I am hopeful that you will agree with my belief that through this work, you will be reassured that we have the ability and the fortitude to define compelling and real actionable solutions for the many futures that are to come. Thank you for joining us.
As you know, personally, sitting at home, the pandemic has changed so many aspects of our lives, especially the way we work.
The coronavirus outbreak in this country, as the number of dead rises,
I'm asking them to aggressively consider work from home strategies.
For millions, the reality of working from home could be permanent. Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey telling his employees they can work remotely forever from anywhere.
Trying to do our best with a situation that we've never faced before.
We are all metabolizing this pandemic, this endless crisis, in different ways. But the one thing that we all have in common is that we can't be with each other. Do you remember the last day before working from home? Do you remember the last time you complained about your commute or a coworker and now miss it? Or have you found a silver lining in all of this change? For us, the last day we all worked together in pursuit of our master's degree was March 10th, 2020. Now our cohort of 27 is spread across 3 continents, 4 countries, and 5 different time zones. We really miss each other. And from that date, our conversations have transferred from face-to-face to Zoom. Our whiteboards and sticky notes have gone digital. And we've had a few collaborative mishaps.
I couldn't hear anything. Did you just ask me a question?
Wait, you're muted.
David, you're on mute.
Can you hear me? It doesn't sound like toilet flushing. Wait, I think you're muted.
You're on mute, David.
If you're talking, I can't hear you.
Oh, that link is this link now?
Crap, I think that was in the chat before I restarted my computer.
Oh, my computer just restarted.
She's restarting.
Oh, computer.
Can you see number 3?
Start at 2 Part 3B.
Sorry.
Sorry about that.
GM's in Korea, so it's like 3 a.m.
Before 1.
But you mean 12?
Oh no, is it 6 a.m.?
It's 7 a.m.
You know those days where it just feels like everything goes wrong?
When it will stop it?
It's exhausting.
Having a rough time.
It has been a rough time. And not just because of miscommunications or technical difficulty. We've never been separated in this way before. But how did we get here? Let's take a look back at history.
Work has defined humanity since the beginning. It was our punishment, our trade-off in pursuit of knowledge. Upon eating from the tree of knowledge, God not only banished Adam and Eve from paradise, but he condemned them to a life of work. By the sweat of your brow, you will eat food until you return to the ground. For much of human existence, work has not been performed in a specific location, but rather in a field or pasture or in the home. But at the end of the Neolithic Age, we see the earliest formations of permanent cities, places defined by relatively greater population density and economic transaction. Though the factory of the industrial era or the modern office space would not appear for over 10,000 years, in these first cities we see the emergence of the first workplace. Early cities provided two interdependent opportunities: nearness to other people and the opportunity to exchange resources and ideas. With cities came increased productivity, material prosperity, and improved life expectancy, as well as specialization of labor and social inequality, and a further distancing from nature and the divine. Detached as we were from God, from each other, our cities and towns offered us an opportunity to come together, if only in physical proximity, and create the social conditions needed to achieve more than we ever could on our own. Zooming in, these conditions were created by what many sociologists and urban scholars call social infrastructure, places that by design or otherwise facilitate a relative abundance of social interaction and, among other things, ease feelings of detachment and alienation. Like the first public libraries from the Islamic world, the town squares of medieval Europe, or the early coffee shops of the English Enlightenment, social infrastructure has not explicitly been a place of work, but it has provided crucially productive space for the knowledge workers of their time. Though proper workplaces have existed since the very first cities, our contemporary concept of the workplace did not emerge until the early 18th century. At the time, if you didn't work outside, the workplace was likely in intimate proximity with your home. Bakers, craftsmen, and merchants of all sorts typically ran their enterprises from shops attached or adjacent to where they lived. But at the end of the 18th century, this arrangement began to change with the onset of industrialization. Industrial factories consolidated workers physically, but also grew to be associated with increased notions of alienation and detachment. Rather than performing a complete job, being defined by a trade, workers were now just an incremental component of a larger machine. Perhaps the most influential critic of this new mode of production was Karl Marx. Marx criticized the industrial workplace not just for its unjust inequities, but for the distance it created between workers and the fruits of their labor, alienation from work with a tangible purpose. This distancing would only increase as economic production grew ever more complex, a compounding cycle that necessitated a growing class of white-collar workers to engineer and manage this growing complexity. Those whose implements of work were primarily a pen and paper, accountants, transcribers, clerks, were once a tiny slice of the labor force, and their work was often performed alone in back offices. But as their ranks developed at the end of the 19th century, along with new technologies like the typewriter and the high-rise office building, yet another novel workplace emerged, the modern office. Workers became even more physically concentrated and nearer to each other, while also growing ever more distant from the tangible output of their labor. By the early 20th century, our growing awareness of alienation through modern work emerged as a design challenge for office designers, architects, and urban planners. Frank Lloyd Wright's Larkin Building sought to imbue the workplace with purpose and collective meaning. while the open office plan of his Johnson Wax building attempted to recreate a semblance of social infrastructure that encouraged organic interaction among workers. Perhaps a reactionary response to the open office plan, Herman Miller's mid-century Action Office and its respective imitators sought to mitigate the noise and expansive chaos of the modern workplace, only to inadvertently cut off workers from one another. Cubicles became the hallmark of the dull inhumanity of modern white-collar work, as embodied in the satire of Dilbert and the movie Office Space, or dystopias like Brazil or The Matrix. In the absence of ideal office arrangements, workplaces sought to mitigate alienation while improving productivity by engineering office culture. Forced informalities like Aloha Fridays sought to develop camaraderie and trust between workers, the legacy of which can be seen in the playground-like campuses of Silicon Valley, the WeWork social events, and the corporate ropes course retreats and kickball teams of today. By the late 20th century, concepts like work-life balance emerged just as advances in telecommunications began to diffuse the workplace across digital networks that penetrated far beyond the confines of the office. Just as diversions had crept into the workplace, so too did the workplace creep into every other corner of our lives. Telecommuting created opportunities not just for workers' particular needs or desires, but also for employers seeking to optimize or globalize their network of expertise. However, remote working had its drawbacks and failed to live up to the nuance of in-person interaction for many workers and employers alike. Even though work could, somewhat poetically, return once again to the home, the increased separation of digital space only compounded feelings of detachment, alienation, or burnout for many workers. Also, despite the possibility of being able to work from anywhere, many of the most ambitious workers continued to flock to what urban evangelist Edward Glaser calls superstar cities. Cities like New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Seattle, where the opportunities to network and advance one's career continued to outmatch the globalized possibilities of the internet. By the first couple decades of the 21st century, the never-ending, unsatisfactory trade-offs of the workplace led many to seek greater meaning and purpose through work, rather than just a technical fix or an artificial distancing from it. Finding purpose and meaning in work is the antithesis of workplace alienation, but it is also equally abstract and evasive. According to workplace psychologists, purpose and meaning are defined as much by the reasons behind one's work as they are about who one works with and how one's colleagues regularly affirm their efforts. In other words, the intimate in-person social interaction of the physical workplace has remained a stubborn safeguard against further alienation. Concurrent with this collective awareness of purposeful work and meaningful workplaces, the rise of the gig economy threatened to further exacerbate our sense of professional belonging and place, not to mention the growing technological and wealth divide that has come to define our current economic system. Companies like WeWork and The Wing arose as brands that offered a utopian fix to the former concern, but had little to offer the latter. They offered a rentable version of the social infrastructure that had been lost to telecommuting, gig work, long commutes, and dehumanizing office spaces. But like so many of the fixes that had come before, the privatized social infrastructure that co-working companies offered also proved to be limited, apparently unsustainable financially and economically inaccessible or culturally unpalatable to many. By the start of 2020, the workplace for knowledge workers had become a complex patchwork of physical and virtual spaces, private offices and public countertops, living room sofas and noisy open office plans, privatized commons, and high-tech playgrounds. This is to say nothing of the resilient ranks of manual workers who often worked hidden and unseen in the distribution centers, slaughterhouses, and dwindling factories that had yet been automated and shuttered to human labor. Though knowledge workers enjoyed greater choice in their preferred place of work than their manual counterparts, they had not escaped the trade-offs of work altogether. Alienation, detachment, and the unforeseen consequences of technology continue to define the drawbacks of every modern workplace. Only now, we had more options that could be calculated, traded, and perpetually chased in pursuit of a workplace we hoped might be free from God's punishment of work.
History has shown us that as time and technology have progressed, we have become more alienated from our work and from each other. In the context of workplace sociology and psychology, We mean alienation as the sense of powerlessness, isolation, and meaninglessness that COVID-19 has thrust us into. We talk about the new normal all the time these days, but when our norms are ripped out from under us, we become alienated. In this moment, workplaces are in limbo. We have no idea when we will return to our workplaces, if at all. Modern workplaces have been designed precisely for nearness and density, both out of economic necessity and an underlying desire to maximize productivity, collaboration, creativity, and control. COVID-19 has forced us to ask the question, how can we ground ourselves in a place of work while staying safe? Nearness has always come at some expense, expenses that have been compounded, inflated, and thrown completely off balance in this era of pandemic. Nearness creates meaning out of nothing, and when we don't feel this sense of nearness, we feel an inexplicable void.
We see this void in millions of offices that have been emptied in response to COVID-19 around the world. We feel this void in all the uncertainty that is bubbling to the surface as we ask ourselves, will the plexiglass partitions and temperature checks be enough to keep us safe? We see a void in services. Parents no longer have the support they once did in childcare and schooling. We've seen a distance between people in more ways than one. The apparent gap between blue and white collar workers has been pushed to the extreme, to the point of labeling some as essential and others as not. On top of this, we see the void of work available, with unemployment jumping from 3.5% to nearly 15%, the highest it has been in America since the 1940s. This void is a source of staggering collective distress. Depression is on the rise. Nearly half of Americans report the coronavirus crisis is harming their mental health. And in reaction to this distress, many of us who lived in cities have fled, creating an entirely new void in the place of once thriving ecosystems of restaurants, shops, and local businesses. And this void is being capitalized on. We are seeing companies like Twitter, Facebook, Slack, and Square announce that workers can work from home indefinitely, and that going forward, they are investing heavily in remote workers. By no longer providing a physical workplace, these companies are now able to tout that they are keeping workers safe while saving millions on rent. And if this trend continues, we will have to ask, when it's time to go back to the office, will it still be there? And will it still be a place where people can come together? Without workplaces to bring us together, these voids will only continue to grow. In order for people to navigate the many negative ramifications of COVID-19, ranging from office design to mental health, we must consider the hardships they are now facing.
In this sea of complexity, we want to look into 4 problems that people will face in the near future of the workplace: the closing of offices, the isolation of employees, the inherent exclusivity of workplace design, and the migration of talent away from big cities. Let's take a closer look. Since the beginning of COVID-19, most offices and workplaces, except for essential workers, have been forced to close in order to promote safety. So employees had no choice but to work from home. Some people do appreciate being able to spend more time at home and with their families. However, most are struggling with this change. Without the office, the home becomes an all-in-one place, and that means many people are always on and unable to escape their homes for hours and days on end. A recent New York Times article captured this sentiment with the headline, "Farewell Office, you are the last boundary between work and home." Through a survey we conducted, we found that the biggest workplace stressor prior to COVID-19 was commuting. Millions are getting hours back every day that they used to spend on trains or in traffic. But on the other hand, the commute was the only thing that made a clear division between our work lives and non-work lives. And when we are stuck at home for hours and forget that there is a human on the other side of the screen, we lose a bit of ourselves. The reason why we worry about this isolation going forward is because it can lead to feelings of dehumanization. The latest studies indicate that a majority of people would like to return to working outside their home at least once a week, if not more.
All of this has long-term impacts. From the cognitive dissonance our brains struggle with trying to decipher our colleagues' facial expressions over Zoom, to the unprecedented anxiety and depression screening numbers, which are up nearly 400% in the past few months. In our research, we learned that one of the driving forces behind this desire to work outside of the home is isolation. In order to understand the true human ramifications, we conducted a survey. We asked designers, data scientists, attorneys, social workers, all kinds of people of all ages around the world about the logistical and emotional impact of COVID-19 on their work and their workplaces. And we analyzed both the qualitative and quantitative data to find patterns. When we asked people what they missed most about their workplaces, respondents repeatedly noted the void where spontaneity, organic conversation, and collaboration used to be. Though we still meet regularly online, there is no substitute for those who crave in-person human interaction. By far, we found people matter the most. Surpassing the luxury of free coffee in the office, ample workspace, and high-tech equipment, working with each other is our favorite thing about the workplace. This is nothing new. Studies have long shown that workers are happier when they have more trusting and collaborative relationships with their colleagues. But in the COVID-19 era, collaboration has become a pain point. In our study, nearly 2/3 of our respondents noted that collaboration is somewhat or much more difficult when remote. We know better than anyone else that collaborating online takes more time and energy than it would in person. And it turns out we aren't the only ones who feel that way. Across the board, whether people had roommates, partners, or family with them, these words and phrases kept bubbling up in our survey responses. I feel caged, isolated, anxious. We asked about the challenges and stressors of working from home, most and least favorite things about working from home versus the office, and predictions for the future of the workplace. We ran hundreds of correlations and found that age, gender, and years of experience didn't affect how they answered questions about collaboration and togetherness. And that's interesting in itself. We interpret that as an indication that these themes and attitudes are more universal than not. We take all of this to mean that in order to avoid further isolation, we need to find new ways to be near while apart. This will not only be important for our mental health, but for our ability to work well and create with one another going forward.
When considering the futures of nearness in a post-COVID-19 world, we must be cognizant of who we are designing for and the ultimate exclusion of certain people with the solutions that are to come. Throughout history, we have witnessed how new technology can drastically change the world, but it's important to ask, who do these changes benefit? Take the introduction of cashless technology. It allowed people to pay by cell phone or credit cards at shops, restaurants, and transit hubs. Though this change signaled flexibility to many, for people without bank accounts or smartphones, it meant exclusion from shopping at businesses that did not accept cash or were online retailers. These changes have also been present in the workplace. A recent study noted that something we do not often think about, the temperature of the workplace, is based on a decades-old formula that relies on the metabolic rates of men. When small implementations like this are put into place, they add up, disserving subsets of people. Because of the severity of the pandemic, the changes companies and organizations are considering to make to the workplace will have lasting impact on a much larger scale than payment systems and temperature settings. There is no playbook in place, and big decisions are being made without historical reference or research to guide them. Once again, we must ask, who is being impacted by these changes?
Some companies are making the decision to allow their employees working from home indefinitely. In an effort to make up for the lack of an office, they are investing thousands into the home setups of the employees. When COVID-19 began, companies like Shopify, Twitter, and others paid employees for office equipment for their homes, even before knowing how long the situation would last. And this is just the beginning. For those receiving the benefits of policies like these, working from home can seem like a luxury. In a recent interview, the CEO of WordPress said, "What I love about distributed organizations is every single employee can have a corner office." These are a handful of images sent to us by our survey respondents, showing what the reality of working from home looks like. But do any of these look like corner offices? We know that most workers are not receiving money to transform their homes into a comfortable workplace. To have industry leaders pushing a narrative of creating a home corner office is exclusionary because it fails to take into account the many people who have roommates, kids, or perhaps small living spaces that cannot accommodate a full workplace setup. We have seen through history that times of change can often lead to band-aid solutions that may not be inclusive. We believe if we are not careful about the future of the workplace, many will be left out again.
And as people face these hardships, they are beginning to consider, what are my options? For thousands of people who once clamored to major cities for career opportunities and advancement, they now ask themselves, where can I move but still keep my job? Over the past 20 years, and even more pronounced in the last decade, we've seen a chicken and egg predicament. Cities attract talent, and talent want to go where the jobs are, which tends to be the bigger cities. In the US, cities like New York and Los Angeles are responsible for over 70% of the nation's job growth. And it's not just in the States. Prior to COVID-19, the United Nations projected that urban areas would house 60% of people globally. This in itself has further exacerbated the wealth gap and tends to only benefit individuals with highly desired knowledge skills. But in an instant, this trend was turned on its head. With the onset of COVID-19 and the need for social distancing, more than a third of Americans who live in cities are now considering moving to less densely populated areas. From our interviews, the locations people are considering include hometowns they grew up in, areas closer to family, or a new location where they can spend less money on rent. One area that has seen a mass exodus is New York City, which has had 5% of its population leave since the beginning of the pandemic, a number now approaching 500,000 people. Though people are relocating to areas still within reach of bigger cities, in many cases, the towns they are going to are smaller, more rural communities.
All of these people are going to need a place to work in these new communities they are settling in. And until now, the solution for people working somewhere that isn't their home, an office, or a coffee shop has been co-working spaces. But co-working spaces do not solve this problem, because while they advertise community, they only exist in certain communities. For example, WeWork currently has 290 locations in the United States, but more than half of these locations are in the most populated cities. Historically, co-working companies tend to be less diverse than community spaces in various ways. Even organizations, The Wing, which was founded on the principle of creating space for people left out, are only as inclusive as the price of their membership. We see this exodus to smaller cities and towns. People are moving and taking their jobs with them. WeWork and other co-working spaces may pop up to serve these people, but their price point will inevitably leave people out. So we know the most sustainable, intentional, and inclusive way to create solutions is to tap into existing resources already present in a community. With co-working spaces focused on large cities, where there is more wealth, we know they will not be able to immediately provide workplaces for those moving to smaller communities. So new co-working spaces cannot authentically factor in the sentiment of the communities that already exist. In order to find a workplace that holds the essence of the community, it must come from within.
Many of these problems stem from long-standing issues that have been greatly amplified by COVID-19. The shuttering of offices, the isolation of working from home, the exclusion from prosperity in the workplace, and the pain points of living in large cities have heightened our collective and individual sense of alienation in this time. In this moment of crisis, how can we future-proof the workplace against further alienation? In order to answer this question, we have to take a step back. Before the internet, where did we congregate? Where did we go to learn and engage with one another? Social infrastructure has long served as both the formal and informal workplace of past and present knowledge workers, be it coffee shops, town squares, or public institutions. As we look forward, how can we collaborate again? How can we bring people together in a safe and purposeful way and provide a supplemental place of work outside of our screens and beyond the confines of our homes? The most intuitive and approachable way to provide people with a new space to work is by using what already exists. Old ideas can sometimes use new buildings. New ideas must use old buildings. Instead of reinventing the wheel, our local public libraries can serve as the most promising workplace of the future. An idea that may be radical to some, though is anything but to many forward-thinking librarians and library patrons who've long understood the underutilized potential of this age-old institution. Over the past 5 millennia, libraries have had a long and checkered history. They have provided wondrous opportunities to those who could access them, but they have also typically been exclusive in who they serve. In the United States, the first shared library was founded by Benjamin Franklin and a cohort of curious minds in 1731 in Philadelphia. And just over 100 years later, the first taxpayer-funded public library opened in New Hampshire. Since the creation of these early institutions, the story of the American Public Library has been one of both growth and proliferation and of struggle. Struggle on behalf of marginalized populations to achieve equal access to the full public benefits of this critical piece of social infrastructure. Over the course of the 19th and 20th centuries, the reach of the public library expanded, as did access for women, people of color, and poor and rural communities. During the Civil Rights Movement, libraries became the focal point for efforts to integrate public institutions. In 1960, Jesse Jackson, along with 7 other African American college students, staged a successful sit-in that pressured the library system of Greenville, South Carolina, to integrate. After the passage of the 1964 Civil Rights Amendment, along with the support of LBJ's administration, the public library came into its own as a crucial component of social infrastructure that provided more than just access to books. In 1990, the American Library Association adopted an explicit policy around providing library services to the poor that included promoting expanded library programming and advocacy for public policy that improved economic opportunities for underserved groups. Around the same time, the Clinton administration recognized the library as a critical social safety net that could ensure access to the emerging technology of the internet. The public library is the original shared workspace, and it has evolved to offer far more than lending books. As nearly all public libraries now provide free, high-speed internet access, even in areas where broadband access is limited, they can provide a common, modern workplace accessible to everyone. Additionally, many libraries also offer extended amenities and services like resume assistance and job-seeking assistance, entrepreneurial support, printing services, meeting rooms, 3D printers, loanable hotspots, and professional development classes like coding. And these community anchors are accessible to over 95% of the US population across all 50 states. In the post-COVID-19 era, we see the opportunity for libraries to grow their role as drivers of community well-being, while also simply providing a desk for an individual remote worker who just might need to get away from a screaming toddler for a couple hours. Beyond geographic reach, according to Pew Research, libraries remain one of the most trusted public institutions, even in these hyper-partisan times. Over 78% of respondents say they can depend on libraries to help them find information that is trustworthy and reliable. The beauty of libraries is that they are grounded in the communities they live in. They are truly individual and unique to each location, but also consistently deliver on a wide range of services that are adamantly free to the public.
Libraries hold the solution to many of the problems of alienation we see growing from this pandemic in relation to the workplace. When offices close, the library can act as an alternative or supplemental place to work. When people feel isolated or excluded, the library is a community gathering spot they are always welcome to. And no matter where people move during these uncertain times, they are almost guaranteed to land somewhere in close proximity to a public library. And it turns out, libraries can also use a hand. According to the Institute for Museum and Library Services, there has been a steady decline in library visits of about 3% each year for the past 7 years. And as we spoke to librarians across the country, we found this impassioned desire to harness the potential of the library. Jennifer Patterson, the state librarian of the state of Oregon, understands the impacts libraries can have on communities, but admitted to us that this is not common knowledge. To many, public libraries are relics of childhood, where we would check off summer reading lists or rent a DVD for a few days. They are seen as nostalgic, and so many do not know all the workplace benefits they have to offer. Libraries have a perception problem, but it's more than that. It's a branding problem. It's common knowledge in the library community that they're perceived as being stuck in the past. We interviewed Curtis Rogers, the Director of Communications for the Urban Libraries Council, who explained there's a bit of branding issues with having these libraries as a center of nostalgia. And Wesley Roberts from the Carnegie Library of Pittsburgh said, "I think that the history weighs on the library system while they try to figure out what the future looks like." Wesley, along with others we interviewed, expressed that in order to implement a perception change, the message must come from the outside. When we spoke with Arezu Mohseni, senior librarian in New York City who has spent her career making art accessible to the public and inviting people into the library, she said, "I believe that when we as citizens can recognize our ability to peacefully claim public spaces and use them for the benefit of everyone, that would be an empowering experience for us all." So how can we empower people who need a workplace and libraries in a way that's mutually beneficial? We must come together and find a way to get the good word out about the benefits of the public library. At the same time, we aim to circumvent the glaring issues of the workplace and present lack thereof with solutions that work for everyone. People need a place to work, and libraries need people. Coming out of COVID-19, we're going to need places to work. Besides an office,
certainly outside of our homes. No matter where you are right now, it's statistically probable that you'll be in proximity to a public library. People need a place to work, and libraries need people. And it's our job to make sure you have the right tools and knowledge to move forward and do the work you care about. We'd like to introduce Workaround.
Introducing Workaround. Workaround provides libraries with resources to be safe and inclusive workplaces. We see the potential for the library to become so much more in their community's eyes, to become a workplace for all, whose benefits reach other institutions such as schools and local businesses. We aim to leverage the potential of the library as an inclusive workplace by connecting community members with the resources the local library already provides. Workaround is created with librarians in mind, as they are the gatekeepers for the public libraries of their communities, and we cannot forget the community members who will buy into the Workaround system. We will establish public libraries as a local workplace, and really, an alternative place for people to go to. A place for employees who may have decided they want to work from home for the foreseeable future, or never want to commute downtown again. A place that companies can suggest to their employees beyond the office, and a place where everyone is welcome to do the work they need to do. We want community members to see libraries for what they can be, which is the ultimate local workplace. In order to deepen the public library's value, we will provide them with actionable resources that they can use to welcome in everyone. To roll out Workaround, we start with providing guidance to libraries in the form of online and printable resources. Then for outreach, we will partner with local transit systems to provide ways for communities to share all the library offers now and in the near future in a safe way. And lastly, we will aid in fundraising through commitment from both community members and companies.
To promote our brand Workaround, we have launched the Workaround portal, a website hub for both libraries and community members. Our main goal as a partner to libraries around the country is to provide them with the materials that they can use in this moment to help their patrons stay safe, as well as tout their unique offerings for people in need of a workplace. For community members, our portal can help them find their local libraries as well as pledge their support. To launch the Workaround brand and show how it can work within existing communities, we picked Greenville, South Carolina, because of the rich history of the local library system. And we want to have a physical presence, especially in this time, as libraries are navigating the safest ways to proceed. Since we cannot be together in the ways we wish to be, we have decided to bring the library's richness to the community through the Workaround bus. We will partner with local transit authorities, such as the Greenville Green Link bus system. We will retrofit buses in order to create a new way to access all the library has to offer. We will begin by parking the buses outside of the library branches. The Workaround bus will provide a strong outdoor Wi-Fi signal and, weather permitting, tables and chairs that are placed at a distance for people to work at. Librarians will be able to help with resume review, job mentorship, and business plan assistance. Beyond parking in front of libraries, we see the bus visiting other parts of the community where people already naturally gather outside, such as farmers markets. Once they have established their presence, we will make the library even more accessible by extending its reach to the broader community and traveling to more remote areas.
One of the best assets of our myriad public library systems is that they are unique and specific to the communities they serve. But consequently, they also lack a consistent identity that allows them to be universally navigable and familiar to first-time or infrequent library users. As we emerge from this moment of workplace disruption, many workers might be exploring new venues to supplement their workplace. And we believe this to be an opportune time to reconsider the telegraphic systems that libraries use to communicate and highlight the services they have to offer. This lack of a consistent identity is something that we can help with, to make local branches more welcoming and easy to navigate. This is the Hughes Library in Greenville, utilizing the workaround iconography to communicate that they provide Wi-Fi, meeting room spaces, and entrepreneurship guidance, as well as the locations in the library where people can access these resources. This is a downloadable, free asset that can easily be used for any digital or physical application. Aside from standardized wayfinding icons, the Workaround website also offers libraries access to tips and printable resources to help keep their staff and patrons safe. The posters can be displayed within the libraries and alongside the Workaround buses. The need for social distancing and sanitary adjustments will disrupt the warmth and openness of many libraries, and these posters will help librarians and library visitors adjust to these new and hopefully temporary conditions. On the Workaround website, libraries will also be able to access Workaround Quarterly, a magazine about the future design of libraries as local workplaces. Workaround will provide guidance for librarians and outreach to community members in our effort to position the library as the accessible and democratic workplace of the future. But as any civil servant might tell you, this will take more than just a beautiful website and public outreach. Like every lasting public institution, libraries now and in the future will need commitments of support from the citizens, the communities, and the businesses that all benefit from this crucial component of social infrastructure. Back in 1731, when Benjamin Franklin helped found the first shared library in America, he, along with 50 other contributors, each donated 40 shillings and a commitment to donate 10 more in annual support. The Latin motto of this early library roughly translates as, "To support the common good is divine." Public libraries of today are funded through a complicated patchwork of local, state, federal, and private support. Though open to everyone, libraries across the country are anything but equal in the services they offer, and nearly every library system always struggles to do more with less. To meet this challenge, Workaround will aspire to be the nexus through which individual workers and the companies they work for might understand and financially support the public good that libraries provide. Like Benjamin Franklin, individual patrons can show their commitment to the common good and pledge to support their local library beyond what their local taxes might provide. More importantly, it will also offer them an easy path to garner the support of their employer, who will certainly benefit from their employees' ability to access the workspace of the library. In this moment of heightened social awareness, companies are under increased pressure to give substance to their social commitments, and many companies have responded by significantly increasing their matching donations. Given that libraries are both a crucial agent of community well-being and a piece of public infrastructure that can directly benefit the work and well-being of company workers, we encourage companies to generously match employee donations. In the words of Andrew Carnegie, a library outranks any other one thing a community can do to benefit its people. It is a never-failing spring in the desert. In the wake of this period of massive disruption, the workplace of the future is likely to be radically different from the physical workplaces we were once familiar with. This is certainly a moment of loss, but it is also an opportunity to reimagine the workplace as not just a place to do work, but as a crucial piece of infrastructure that is physically, socially, and economically integrated into our local communities and civic identity. Whether it's in a new building or an old one.
We must acknowledge that this project would not have been possible without the support of a number of experts from a wide array of fields, from urban planning to organizational behavior to workplace development. Their interviews and generosity of time helped us narrow the scope of this very large topic that affects nearly all of us.
We would also like to thank all the librarians and members of the library system across the country who provided us with rich insights that informed our ideas. Their passion for libraries was clearly evident, and we thank them for their commitment to public service.
And lastly, we want to thank our faculty and DISIS advisors for all the help and support they provided to us as we navigated this DISIS. Thank you.
I'm Shivani. I'm a class of 2017, and I've come back as TA like for 3 years in the running, and it was an honor working with you guys on thesis.
I'm Natalia. I'm a TA and class of 2016, and here's my question. So in today's climate, you're competing for $1 with so many other causes. You know, most recently, so many different donations to initiatives around Black Lives Matter, LGBTQ, environmental causes, and so on. And those causes, those organizations have very strong brand ambassadors that continuously spread the message and keep reinforcing that message and encourage people to donate. So what's your strategy for making people donate to Workaround? And what about brand ambassadors or a spokesperson for Workaround?
What's so beautiful about the public libraries, other than their widespread availability across all 50 states, is the way that their impacts not only lower unemployment, but increase inclusion, increase the ability for people in perhaps less easy family setups to both work and have their children watched after. Many libraries have programs that are aimed to helping children while their parents are working or studying. So I think the library actually aligns and doesn't compete with many of the causes you had brought up, such as Black Lives Matter, LGBTQ. I actually believe the libraries can partner with these, and therefore Workaround can be a donation that somebody gives that helps both problems at once instead of having to compete between the two. And so I think our strategy would be around showing all the ways that Workaround in the public library can help these causes and not compete with them. In terms of a spokesperson or a brand ambassador, there's a whole spectrum that we could do to be part of that. I imagine senators might be a very interesting place to start.
So hi, I am Dan Famosa. I am one of the founding faculty members, and our class is about design and design research. I will tell you that I give talks worldwide and lectures and seminars and workshops on design and innovation. And I ask this question almost every workshop. And so now it's been, hundreds and hundreds of people. And when I ask them where they get their best ideas, what do you think they say?
I would guess the shower.
Shower is way up top.
Walking outside?
They say the shower, like you said. They say in the car. They say taking a bath. They mention a lot of solo activities where they are alone. And if you think to some of the great creative artists in the world, like Picasso or de Kooning, they work alone, right? They are painting in a studio and they are pretty much alone in the studio, unless they have a model. But, the creative work themselves, they're doing alone. What's so great about working together?
Well, I think you need both. I can't speak for de Kooning, but I know, Picasso was a very social person, and he interacted with a whole bunch of artists and intellectuals. And I think that contrast of being able to socially interact and test your ideas out in the world and absorb new ideas is really important. And then, of course, the sort of creative energy comes when you're alone and your mind is able to relax. And you do need both. And I think that was a lot of the thinking behind this idea, is that when people are able to work alone, they're still going to need that social interaction and the opportunity to take advantage of both worlds.
Hello. So I'm Sam Develard, and I teach cultural analysis and trend forecasting. So alienation and void are clearly the villains in the story. the villains you identified, correct? The monsters. Alienation. And then comes the little underdog, which is the hero, right? Who has always been there, but never has been noticed, which is the library, correct? So the library, this little underdog, like in great movies, slays the dragon. But there is one particular attribute about the library that I wonder how you mesh with your solution. And this attribute is this one. Shh. Silence. How would you work with that attribute?
Libraries have traditionally been places of reading, hence the need for silence. As we've talked to a lot of librarians, there is a lot of people who are thinking about how now that collections are moving more digitally, and that they are sharing the physical books and stuff across libraries instead of just using the library as a repository for these things, that they are thinking about how to use space differently. And I think you would, in the ideal future, you would envision libraries where you might have quiet, traditional reading room spaces, but then also spaces where maybe there's a little cafe, maybe you can have drinks. And I think, that it doesn't take too much to think about how you would re-envision that. I think that exists already on a lot of college campuses where you see libraries that both have a traditional stacks area, and they also have slightly louder areas where you're able to speak in a more normal tone.
I would also like to add that I think the shh is an asset and not a liability. What I mean by that is one of the biggest findings that came out of the Action Office and the open office design that we learned throughout the history in this project is that many workers hate how noisy work environments are, and they don't want that. Sure, they want the serendipity, but a lot of the time they do want peace and quiet. So I think the libraries could use that as an asset. Of course, I do believe there would have to be these allocated spaces for that louder and more energetic, collaborative nature. But I personally would really benefit from a quieter workspace. I think that is an asset, and I think it's something the library should tout and not be ashamed of.
Piggyback on that. Another one of the senior art librarian in New York Public Library System was suggesting we venture into the public parks and find ways to partner with them. Of course, something we would have to figure out liability-wise. But that struck me as another way to create space between people. And that's also one of the ways to tie it back to our name that we came to work around, is that everything we're doing in this time is a sort of workaround, because we can't have it all right now. But there are ways we can get to exactly what we need individually. So I love the parks idea. We just have to figure out how to make it happen.
I hope it happens. Thank you so much. This has been a trip. Incredible. Thank you.
Today, we can get our goods from places both near and far, sometimes overnight. The things we want and need are near to us within the measure of time, but not distance. We often mistake speed for proximity. And because of this, we have forgotten about the places that are actually near to us, the places around the corner, down the street, or a short car ride away. These are the shops that inhabit our towns, our cities, and our communities. These shops have been struggling because of an increasingly demanding consumer whose expectations have been incrementally growing over the last 2 centuries. But it wasn't always this way. It may be hard to imagine a time when big box stores didn't dominate the retail landscape, But long before Amazon entered our lives, it was local businesses who were the lifeline to things people needed. So how did the giants become giants? We let them.
How did it happen? Humans have always searched for better, faster, and cheaper ways to do things. In the early days of the brick-and-mortar retail in the United States, consumers had limited choice in retailers. There was no big versus small, chain versus independent, big box versus specialized. There were just a handful of stores that were indispensable to the residents in these towns. At these mom-and-pop stores, the shop owner knew their customers, their preferences, and their needs. They knew the service they provided to customers created a significant value. During the early 1800s, the boom of this industrial revolution made manufacturing much easier and more streamlined, and enabled the mass production of products. And this made a way for the birth of the department store in the mid-1800s, which introduced the activity of browsing. This transformed shopping from a transaction into an experience. Department stores began purchasing directly from manufacturer versus a supplier. Then they purchased in large quantities and learned how to manage vast amounts of merchandise. Outside of the cities, small businesses were still the heart and the soul of communities, but people in rural areas were beginning to gain access to items beyond their homes through mail-order catalogs. They promoted value and offered everything from underwear to kits for building homes. Prior in 1916, grocery stores employed clerks to gather items from customers, a model which created a relationship between the store owner and the customer.
This changed in 1916 with the introduction of the self-service model. This eliminated the clerk and put the customer in control of their purchases. This gave consumers the freedom to browse and compare by price. The mainstream adoption of the automobile offered Americans an even greater sense of personal freedom. Not only could they travel greater distances to get the things they needed, they could bring home more when they went shopping. The invention of the shopping cart in 1937 gave people another way to buy more, unrestricted by the weight of a handheld basket, encouraging Americans to buy in abundance. World War II introduced a time of restriction and scarcity, and the government implemented rationing. After the war ended, jobs became plentiful, wages were higher, and Americans became eager to spend. People moved to the suburbs, started families, and tried to live the American dream. Spending was encouraged and celebrated. The good purchaser devoted to more, newer, and better was a good citizen.
As more and more people moved to the suburbs, fewer Americans could simply walk down their street to do their shopping. The shopping mall catered to this new car-driving demographic, which offered consumers the opportunity to one-stop shop. In 1962, Walmart, Target, and Kmart came onto the scene and introduced the concept of the discount store. In the 1970s, the internet enabled the electronic data interchanges and paved way for the modern e-commerce. This new technology has become the biggest disruptor to brick-and-mortar businesses, and has given the consumers the power to purchase anything, anytime, anywhere. In 1995, Amazon launched as an online bookseller and has since evolved into one of the most valuable companies in the world. The evolution of retail has been shaped by abundance, access, variety, and power of choice, and has simultaneously created a need for these things in consumers' lives.
So where are we now? We're still seeing many of the same themes,
but have taken shape in a very different way. Technology has evolved to create new ways to shop. Devices like Google Home and Amazon Echo make it easier and more convenient than the rural American ordering from their Sears catalog could ever have imagined. A world of on-demand convenience has been opened up. We are living in an age of convenience. The contrast from the past to now is how willing we are to give up and sacrifice in the name of convenience. We sacrifice our privacy, our health, our money, and our enjoyment in our constant search for convenience.
And while local stores used to symbolize access and convenience, they have been upstaged. Local businesses no longer play a role in our everyday lives. And the stores that are part of our daily lives have a measured negative impact on the health of local businesses and their communities. The Walmart effect is a term coined by business journalist Charles Fishman. It refers to the economic impact felt by local businesses when large companies like Walmart open nearby. One study found that within 15 months of a Walmart store opening, up to 14 stores would close in that same area. Local retailers are worried about their livelihood as big box discount stores move into their neighborhoods, and their fears are well-founded. Because for the majority of Americans, the appeal of convenience is too enticing to resist. Convenience has the ability to make other options unthinkable. Once you have used a washing machine, laundering clothes by hand seems irrational, even if it might be cheaper. So if the inconvenient is indeed unthinkable, what does that mean for the future of local retail? To further understand this and to hear directly from consumers, we conducted in-depth research and analyzed consumer behaviors, drivers, and shopping patterns. Our research supported our hypothesis that convenience is indeed an important driver in purchase decisions. 84% of people surveyed cited convenience as an important driver. People expressed that the ease, selection, and convenience that larger retailers provided was too appealing to ignore. We know that local businesses were already struggling in this culture of convenience. Their limited financial and technological resources make it difficult for them to compete. The rise in popularity of online shopping has significantly reduced the foot traffic that many local businesses rely on. It has become harder and harder for local businesses to thrive. We discovered that many owners are just happy to survive, to be able to stay in business, pay their employees, and serve their customers. But sometimes that is not enough.
Then came March 2020. As the country reckoned with an unprecedented health crisis, small business owners had to worry about more than just their health. Businesses labeled as non-essential were forced to shut their doors almost overnight. Owners scrambled to quickly adapt to their businesses and were forced to let go of employees or close their doors permanently. This pandemic has exposed cracks, not just in these already fragile businesses, but in the inequality of the retail landscape. This pandemic has been a toxin for underdogs and a steroid for many giants.
Without a safety net, local businesses were left to wait for support and aid from organizations like the Small Business Administration. While retail giants were thriving and improving sales by leaps and bounds, Walmart saw sales surge in its first quarter at the fastest pace in almost 2 decades, and Amazon saw a 26% increase in first quarter sales. And Jeff Bezos got richer and richer, increasing his net worth by $34.6 billion in just 2 months. But while Jeff Bezos was profiting immensely during this pandemic, local businesses were unable to make ends meet. 12% of small businesses are at risk of bankruptcy, and nearly a quarter of them have considered closing their doors permanently. This will have a significant impact in the economy because small retailers employ 11.6 million Americans. Additionally, small retailers have significant social and economic benefits to their communities, more so than large chains. Local retailers are not likely to buy, hire, and source locally themselves, investing more into the communities that chain stores. 68% of local spending stays in the community, compared to 43% of spending at chain stores.
And people enjoy shopping local. People enjoy the unique products, assortment, trying new stores, and supporting their towns and cities. People express to us that it feels good to shop local, and they appreciate the heart behind local products. There is love, passion, and craftsmanship behind it. They're more selective in what they offer that fits their personality as a store. What we ultimately uncovered from our interviews and research is that there is something local businesses have that large retailers will never be able to replicate. Consumers see local stores as people, and they see chain stores as businesses. People worry about local businesses in a personal way.
This was like a dream of theirs that they wanted to put out a shop, and like they finally were trying it, and then the whole pandemic hit and they're never really going to get a shot at their dream. So I really personalize it in that way. I worry about them in a personal way, about the family who's behind that store, instead of worrying about like the store itself and whether or not I'll be able to get that thing ever again.
And they feel guilt when they shop at large chains or big box stores.
Though COVID has created much strife for local businesses, it had also increased consumer interest in shopping local. Comparing March to December, conversation about local shopping was up 440%. More than half of consumers say they are more likely to shop in local businesses. Of those consumers, 68% say they intended to continue purchase from local businesses beyond the pandemic. Big brands like Instagram and Google have also shown support for local businesses during this time. But ultimately, convenience seems to make our decisions for us, trumping what we like to imagine are our true preferences. And as much as people are talking about their love of local shops and desire to support them, they are not turning that into action.
This illustrates what is called the intention-action gap. According to behavioral science, this can be a result of our desire for immediate gratification. It can hinder such behavior as saving for retirement, flossing our teeth, eating healthy, and the list goes on. It is the space that occurs when one's personal and cultural values don't correlate to their actions. It's the difference between what people say and what people do. We talked to expert Dr. Stephen Tsao, and he outlines it best. Awareness is part of it, intention is part of it, but there are so many small things that come into play that impact if you will do something. Think about it like a moving target. People say they want to shop local more, and they enjoy it, but when push comes to shove, they take their business to large chains and big box stores. We see from our interview results and cultural analysis that if local businesses are not around, there will be a profound absence both in the community and in the hearts of the citizens. But the desire to do something doesn't always translate into effective action, and action is what these businesses need right now. There is an opportunity to leverage this moment of increased awareness and equip local independent retailers with the tools to bridge the intention-action gap. When we talk about closing the intention-action gap, we're talking about a behavior change. In order for consumers to change their behavior, we need to address key barriers to change, replacing them with enablers of change. We need to make shopping local personally relevant. We need to show people that others are doing it. We need to show people their progress. And we need to make it easy and fun. This leads us to our strategy. We seek to move people to action when it comes to shopping local by highlighting and reinforcing the impact that individuals have in their communities. To ensure local businesses survive, we need to move consumers to action. To do so, local business owners need to leverage their strengths and deliver their customers an easier shopping experience.
As our spheres and lives have gotten smaller and more confined, we have developed new perspectives and appreciation for the things and people that are near to us. The people at the heart and soul of our neighborhoods, our towns, our communities, and our local businesses. This pandemic has provided a moment of pause, an opportunity for us to bring our communities closer together. We cannot waste this moment. We cannot return to business as usual. We need a solution to keep these businesses at the heart and soul of our communities. Introducing Sidewalk, the online platform that allows local retailers to join together to unite shoppers as a connected community. Sidewalk makes it easier for people to do what they say they want to do, to shop local, to shop where they matter. Sidewalk will act as a facilitator of thriving local economies. Just as the sidewalk is the common ground that connects individual businesses to each other and to their community, the Sidewalk brand will do the same. It will strive to make shopping local personally relevant to consumers, moving them from intention to action. We survey the landscape of brands that are supporting small businesses, such as Google, Independent We Stand, and most notably, American Express. The Shop Small program by American Express is perhaps the best known for its Small Business Saturdays, but works all year round to encourage people to shop local. What we notice through this analysis is that brands are connecting small businesses to consumers, but what they aren't doing is connecting them to each other or to their communities. In order to bring Sidewalk to life, we are recommending a partnership with the brand Square, a brand that is already living inside of small businesses. Square has eliminated the barrier of payment processing with user-friendly point-of-sale systems. Their entire reason for being is to level the playing field, making it fair and square so that small businesses have the opportunity to participate in the economy. The brand has since expanded beyond their initial offering and has a variety of tools and services available, such as website building, marketing, and analytics. Square already has the technology to set up and empower small businesses. We see an opportunity to use their technology to connect these businesses to each other and to their communities. So, who is Sidewalk for? These are the audiences we want to speak with for Sidewalk: the local loyalist, the in-betweener, and the virtual shopper. The local loyalists, like Arlo, are devoted, extroverted, and creative. They primarily frequent their local shops, are active in their community and local charities, and their purchasing behavior is driven by their relationships with the shop owner. Then is our audience who exemplifies the intention-action gap, like Tim, who is outgoing, indecisive, and committed. They want to shop local and have the option to do so, but are drawn to the appeal of price and convenience at the larger retailers. And then are the virtual shoppers, like Jess, who are reserved, independent, and thorough. They primarily shop online, and this behavior has been exacerbated by coronavirus and is likely to become a permanent way of shopping. They are price checkers, review readers, never making a purchase unless it's thoroughly researched.
So how will Arlo, Tim, and Jess be introduced to Sidewalk? We plan on launching with Sidewalk Stroll, a monthly event that will rally the community behind this initiative. This will be the first step to learning about the brand and Sidewalk Shop, a unifying e-commerce platform. People can make a commitment to shopping local through the Sidewalk Pledge and track their local spending with Tally. Last, the Shop Where You Matter campaign will educate the community on the importance of shopping local. To introduce Sidewalk to communities, we want to reintroduce communities to each other. Sidewalk Stroll will kick off the brand launch, making it into a community event. Building on First Fridays, Sidewalk Stroll will be a monthly event to get people out of their homes and into their towns and cities to meet and engage with their neighbors and business owners. Every second Saturday, local stores will open their doors to the sidewalk. There will be art, there will be wine, there will be music, and there will, of course, be shopping. At Sidewalk Stroll, people will be introduced to Sidewalk's online shopping platform, Sidewalk Shop. Sidewalk Shop acts as an online, one-stop shop where people can access all of the local retailers in their communities. They can order everything they need from multiple stores at once and have it delivered or available for pickup at a designated location. On Sidewalk Shop, people can shop by category. They can search for a specific item, or they can go to a specific store. To reinforce what people like about shopping local, the sense that they're supporting real people, the names and faces of store owners are prominently displayed on store pages, along with owner bios. When they go into town, into the city, or down the street, shoppers will be able to see if a store is on Sidewalk through this visual window decal. On the Sidewalk Instagram, we'll give a platform for local shops and owners, showcasing anecdotes in the form of owner stories, shop highlights, and quotes. To encourage sustainability, to make shopping local accessible at more price points, and to increase in-store foot traffic, we have The Loop. The Loop is an opportunity for stores to easily participate in circular retail, which keeps items in the retail economy instead of a landfill. At the Loop certified stores, shoppers will be able to buy pre-owned items and sell their own gently used items in exchange for gift cards. Shops become certified by using the buyback calculator on the Square website. The calculator allows them to implement a resale program, pricing items for exchange and resale seamlessly and without expertise. The store owner can either upload a photo of the product or quickly fill in the information and locate the correct item. The calculator generates a price to pay the customer and how much to sell it for in store.
Once people have met their local business owners at Sidewalk Stroll and explored Sidewalk Shop, the next step is to commit to shopping local. Successful behavior change involves making a commitment and setting a goal. The Sidewalk Pledge serves as this starting point. People will sign the pledge and set a goal of how much they wish to spend locally each month. They will register to have a set dollar amount automatically transferred monthly to the Sidewalk card, a prepaid card which works at local businesses only. And they also have the option to round up purchases at non-local stores and send that money directly to their Sidewalk card. To make their pledge and commitment to shopping local public, people who take the pledge will receive a bumper sticker and a tote bag. After people commit to shopping local with the Sidewalk Pledge, they will be able to record and track their spending using Tally. Tally will play a crucial role in helping people form new habits by showing them the impact their local spending can have and leveraging the power of social influence. Shoppers can see how close they are to their monthly goal and how their local spending compares with their friends and family. They will be able to form teams and compete, gamifying the experience so it is easy and fun. People will also be able to monitor how close their town or city is to its community goal and see how their individual spending has contributed. The mobile Sidewalk site will allow people to track their spending in real time and on the go.
Lastly, it is important to educate people on the importance of local spending. Many know that shopping local is beneficial, but don't understand why. To educate shoppers, we'll run a campaign called Shop Where You Matter. This overarching message will unite both education, reinforcing people's financial impact, and emotion, reinforcing the importance of people present to their local businesses. The creative for the Shop Where You Matter campaign communicates to people in a simple and straightforward way that their money matters to their community. Each creative will be locally customized, comparing the community benefit of shopping local versus a chain alternative. The messaging will teach people that when they shop at local stores, more money stays in their community, which means more money for local jobs, parks, roads, schools, and charities. The campaign will run out of home on locally targeted sponsored posts as well as in local publications. Where we shop matters.
It matters to Kevin at my corner convenience store, who waves to me on my morning run as he opens up for the day.
It matters to Yvonne, who personally makes sure I get my medication each month.
It matters to Mrs. Hayes, who's always happy to help me find exactly what I'm looking for.
It matters to Corey, the owner of my favorite flower shop, who always remembers that I love peonies.
And it matters to John at My Daily, who I see every night when I walk home. When we all shop where we matter, we can have an impact on our world by starting with our communities.
The things you bring into your life matter, and often it's where you found them and who you got them from that matters most. You remember the conversation with the clerk who helped you choose the perfect paint color. You remember the musician who sold you your first guitar that made you fall in love with music. Do you believe where you shop matters? Because we do. When you shop local, you matter more to your community, to your schools, to your parks, and to your neighbors. When you shop local, you are showing your community that these things matter. And to us, that matters. No matter how big or small, shop where you matter.
Okay, so first let me start by saying that your presentation and the generation of the Sidewalk identity and brand was a really wonderful thing. And I can't tell you how much I enjoyed the process throughout the semester, if we can call it that, the remote semester. And I really want to congratulate each and every one of you for the parts that you played and the work that you put into it. My question is really about phase 2. You've done an amazing job on phase 1. My question is about phase 2, because Sidewalk is really a wonderful expression of a retail identity, and there are a number of programs that are broadly applicable to lots of local retailers and shoppers. My question is really about designing a program for a specific type of shopper, and what I'd like to do is suggest that you talk a little bit about what you might do for seniors, because they share 3 traits. Number one, they often don't have access to technology in the same way that younger generations do, and don't know how to use it quite as fluently, and therefore don't have a digital shopping expertise. Number 2, often they're the most loyal local customers, because in many neighborhoods they may have been there for decades and they know the retailers quite well. And number 3, seniors in some instances are often socially isolated. And so anything they can do to get out into the neighborhood and to become part of the neighborhood as part of their shopping experience would be helpful. So how do you think Sidewalk could serve seniors best?
I can take that one. So we definitely did not want to alienate the audience that we're calling the local loyalists, people that already shop local. So we imagine that for seniors and people that already have shopping local as part of their routine, the way this could be implemented is they would still be going into the shops and picking out the things that they need, but perhaps it might be an experience where you fill out, a list of all of the things that you want at that store, and then they're delivered to you later. Or there's some system in the store that allows you to still go in and shop in person, but have the items delivered for convenience and ease after the fact.
Mm-hmm. And additionally, I could see some sort of loyalty or subscription model as well, just to kind of cut down on the amount of time that they necessarily need to go out and get into town.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Those are both interesting ideas.
Hi, all. I also want to congratulate you on a job well done. Great idea, tons of heart, but also I really appreciate all through the semester how well you all work together. You're really always respectful of each other's ideas, and it was really something to see. So, way to go. So my question is about funding. So obviously Square and Sidewalk is a private endeavor, but what is the role for public funding here? Like, is there a role for local government, especially in such budget-stressed times? Do you have any expectation from the local government where you go in?
I can take that. So we chose Square as our power to funding, but additionally, we haven't talked about public funding, but we think that the government could help us in the promotion and advertising of one of our main ideas, that is Stroll, but by Sidewalk, where we have the Saturday, the second Saturday of the month, an event, and the government will help us in that event.
Yeah, and additionally, a part of launching Sidewalk into the communities is to work directly with the Chamber of Commerce, both to get their approval to work with the small businesses and also to get their approval to get people to get on board with Square and get trained. So it's really a holistic city experience, from the talking to the Chamber of Commerce and then the small businesses and then to the community. That's the way we see it launching with the pilot program. And we also see it expanding to cities beyond there, pending how well that does.
Great, wonderful.
Congratulations again on completing your thesis. My question is that the essence of Sidewalk is that you shop where you matter, because at the core, it's the salesperson and the local shopkeeper who you're building a relationship with. So with Sidewalk being an online retail platform, how would you preserve and nurture that connection between local shopkeeper and customer?
I'll get started with that. It was definitely something that we considered with the design of the website, really making sure that the business owners are front and center, their stories, who they are, what they look like. So we wanted to preserve that in a digital way through making sure that these people are visible and their stories are visible for the people that only shop online. We imagine that for the people like the in-betweeners that do both, we would really want to think more about programs and events moving forward. So Sidewalk Stroll was definitely a way that we had thought to really integrate what you're seeing on the Sidewalk platform digitally and meeting those people in person behind the website. So more events like that, I think, would be in Sidewalk's future.
Well, thank you guys. I appreciate it. And again, congratulations for your achievement. What a wonderful, wonderful thesis. Congratulations.
Thank you to all of you.
Thank you so much.
We will share our point of view on the futures of nearness in media and entertainment through the lens of one of the pioneers in the industry. From the earliest forms of human expression, whether art, performances, or collective engagement, people have understood the ability of media and entertainment to convey ideas, shift culture, and bond communities. At its core, media and entertainment, it is able to touch hearts and move minds through the power of human emotion. And while technology has constantly increased the speed of delivery and the medium of consumption have changed, the essential form of expression remained the same. From storytelling, music, theater, dance, to games. When we consider which media and entertainment company we would most like to explore, one that has played a pivotal role in the last 100 years of the industry evolution, there was only one choice. We focused on one of the most iconic American brands, with almost a century of characters, fantasy worlds, and iconic stories. Disney, a brand for everyone, from young and old, across continents, beliefs, and cultures. For over a century, Disney has revolutionized the industry theaters, theme parks, and television, creating the most iconic animated cartoons and classic films, acclaimed actors and actresses, and celebrity pop stars. Disney opened our eyes, ears, and minds to a world of entertainment and imagination.
Let's start with the story of the man named Walt Disney. Born on December 5, 1901 in Chicago, Illinois, he lived most of his childhood in Missouri, where he sold drawings and paintings to neighbors and family friends. When Disney was 16, he dropped out of school to join the army, but was rejected. Instead of the army, Disney found work at the Kansas City Film Ad Company, where he made commercials featuring animations. In 1922, he formed his own ad agency, named KC Studios, recruiting Fred Harmon as his first employee. Disney and Harmon did well at the start, selling their Laugh-O-Gram cartoons to a local Kansas City theater. But by 1922, their studio had become burdened with debt, and Disney was forced to declare bankruptcy. While Disney continued making animated cartoons, he had no contracts, no income, no employees. Worse, he had no compelling characters to capture the imagination of viewers and build his reputation. At the time, competitors had claimed the obvious choices for cartoon animals, so he decided to take a radically different course. And Mickey was born. But choosing a rodent as a main character wasn't Disney's only innovation. Steamboat Willie, starring Mickey Mouse, was the first feature animation that included sound. This was a technological marvel at the time that drew crowds and sparked the imagination of audiences. In its next production, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, Disney went even further. It was the first full-length animated film that combined sound and color. Walt even invented a new kind of multiplane camera that created a three-dimensional look and freedom of motion. Here is a clip of Walt describing his breakthrough multiplane camera technology.
The different elements in the scene were separated according to their varying distances from the viewer. This put the moon on a plane farthest away from the camera. With our original picture broken down in this manner, it is possible to control the relative speed with which each individual part of it moves to or away from the camera. But the moon remains absolutely still, and so it will always remain the same.
Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs was a massive success that became the new standard for animated films. More than a technological marvel, Snow White was beloved by people across the world because it seamlessly blends imagination and technology. Disney was a perfectionist, never compromising on the quality of his films. His determination and unique approach enabled his studio to create an unmatched number of beloved films that span decades. And within these films was a cast of characters that is still the core of the Disney brand. Following the success of his films and studio, Disney ventured beyond the movie screen to the physical world.
Now we want you to share with us our latest and greatest dream. That's it, right here. Disneyland.
Disney surprised the world with its first amusement park in 1955, changing the way people think about their holidays and entertainment. It was a pivotal moment where Disney changed the world's expectations of live experiences and theme parks. By its 10th anniversary, Disneyland Park had been visited by 52 million people, more than the combined total visitors of Niagara Falls, Yosemite Park, and Yellowstone. And with the success of Disneyland, Disney went public on the New York Stock Exchange for about $14 in 1957, which would be $127 in 2020. Whether it was about bringing music to the animated movies, combining animation with live action, telling moving stories, or applying cutting-edge technologies, Disney thrived by combining the power of imagination with engineering, what they would eventually name Imagineering. Even before the term was coined, the practice of Imagineering was core to the Disney brand. Imagineers were the people who brought Disney magic to life. They were an elite, select group of imaginative engineers that truly made the parks engaging. Imagineers were the master planning, creative development, design engineering, production, project management, and research and development arm of the Walt Disney Company. John Hench was the first Imagineer. Hench was one of the first people to directly work with Walt Disney to envision and shape live experiences. He was the model for future Imagineers. Walt Disney Imagineers are considered by many in the themed entertainment industry to be the best of the best when it comes to creators of guest experiences and immersive storytelling. It was a coveted position that was of sacred standing within the Disney brand. Imagineering played a vital role within the Disney kingdom. Walt once famously said that Disneyland will never be completed as long as there is imagination in the world. After all, Imagineers live by the slogan, "If you can dream it, you can do it." But what happens if you stop dreaming? What happens if the people pushing the others to the edge of their limits have passed? With the death of a creative catalyst, Walt Disney in 1966, and his brother Roy Disney Sr. in 1971, Disney entered into a period of production hangover. It would take the Disney company almost 2 decades to reclaim its Imagineering spirit, bringing a different perspective for the future.
Within a span of 13 years, Disney had a change of 3 CEOs, each with very different views of where the Disney brand should go, causing the company to lose its sense of direction. This led to the fragmentation of the brand's culture and the prioritization of profits over Imagineering. In the midst of this change, Disney invested heavily in live entertainment and traditional media. However, with the return of Roy E. Disney as vice chairman came the instatement of Michael Eisner as Disney's CEO and Frank Wells as the new president in 1984. This brought major shifts to how the company was run. Eisner appointed Jeffrey Katzenberg to become the chairman of Walt Disney Studios at the helm of film production. With his leadership, Disney Studios revitalized its imaginative tradition of creative storytelling and began to produce acclaimed animated films that tapped into the imaginations of audiences. Eisner also expanded the Disney brand to encompass more live entertainment, opening 7 of the current 12 Disney parks around the world. Disney grew substantially and globally during this era, with live entertainment becoming a big part of Disney investments and revenue. Eisner also had his aspirations set beyond the Disney brand. In 1996, Disney acquired Capital Cities ABC for $19 billion, which was the largest acquisition Disney had committed to thus far, putting Disney on the path to becoming an entertainment and media conglomerate. By 2005, 69.5% of all Disney's revenues were coming from traditional media networks, parks, and resorts. However, all was not well. With the death of Disney president Frank Wells in 1994, issues began to emerge. There was no longer a sense of checks and balances within Disney leadership. Eisner fired then studio head Katzenberg, which led to a lawsuit costing Disney nearly $270 million. Then Eisner hired Michael Ovitz, a Hollywood agent, as Disney president, but fired him just 14 months later because of management conflicts. This led to strife and another lawsuit. In 2004, then Vice Chairman Roy E. Disney quit Disney's board to protest Eisner's mismanagement. And finally, Eisner stepped down from his role as CEO in 2005. With Eisner's departure, then COO Bob Iger moved up to the CEO position. Iger, much like his predecessor, continued to look towards external acquisitions to grow Disney's influence in the entertainment industry. His first acquisition came just a year later in 2006, when Iger bought Pixar from Steve Jobs at $7.4 billion. Pixar's focus on technological innovation and storytelling, embodied by the first 3D animated film, Toy Story, made the brand a sound acquisition for Disney. In 2009, Disney acquired Marvel and its diverse cast of characters and content for $4 billion. Just 3 years later, Disney completed a deal to purchase Lucasfilms for $4 billion. This caught the world by surprise, as no one expected George Lucas to give up creative control over the ever-popular Star Wars franchise. But Iger wasn't done yet with acquiring more businesses and brands. He and Disney acquired 21st Century Fox in early 2019 for a whopping $71.3 billion with even more content. From the esteemed National Geographic, the dark humor of The Simpsons, to the drama-filled FX. Disney consolidated all acquired networks and content on a new streaming platform in November 2019, 12 years after the debut of Netflix and Hulu online streaming. In 2020, Bob Chapek became Disney's newest CEO. He continued Disney's string of high-profile acquisitions with the most recent purchase of Hamilton for $75 million. This was the highest paid amount for the rights to a single film in recent history. As Disney acquired some of the most influential studios and television stations, it became a controlling force in the entertainment and media industry. However, with all these acquisitions and additional brands, the influence and importance of Imagineering had become diluted, and expansion had taken over as a primary driver for Disney. As of 2019, parks, experiences, and consumer products made up 26%, and media networks comprised 24% of Disney's revenue, meaning more than 50% of Disney's total revenue was based on traditional media and physical experiences.
In 2020, the world was hit with COVID. By March, COVID brought the world to a standstill. With stay-at-home orders becoming the new normal, borders were closing and travel was limited to all but essential workers. Entertainment, such as theme parks, concerts, and live events, have been decimated. Even the 2020 Olympic Games in Tokyo were postponed. Entertainment has seen mixed results, but Disney has been severely impacted due to their heavy reliance in physical experiences and traditional media. The pandemic was not the root cause of the problem, but accelerated the underlying issues Disney had already been facing. Disney is desperate to reopen their parks, putting patrons and staff at risk for the sake of profits. However, this has been unsuccessful to say the least, and brought the brand negative press. No matter how well Disney enforces wearing masks, checking temperatures, or sanitizing rides, there is no safe way to social distance within their resorts. And as Disney continues to struggle with live experiences and traditional media, digital entertainment consumption is growing like never before. Gen Z and younger generations are seeing a shift in media consumption from traditional networks such as cable television to other new age platforms like YouTube and TikTok. The competitive landscape that Disney is facing in 2020 is not only traditional media and entertainment, but also technology brands, social media networks, as well as other user-generated platforms. An example of evolving media and entertainment is Netflix Party, which allows you to stream and chat with one another, no matter the distance. Even with the addition of something as simple as a chat function, Netflix created a new type of engagement that brings the passive consumption of media into an interactive and engaging environment. We are also seeing how augmented and virtual reality technologies are shaping the brand engagement. Pokemon Go was the first platform that truly leveraged augmented reality and inserted itself in mainstream society, allowing consumers to experience the brand through both the physical and virtual worlds. A large part of TikTok's content is user-generated, along with paid branded content, influencers, and ads. This changes the role of media consumption from passive to active, adding a new layer of engagement for users. With everyone lacking physical connections, Nintendo was able to bring what we miss about normalcy through a single game. Animal Crossing allows users to create their own worlds, customize them, and interact with other players. User-generated content has seen growth in a variety of platforms and has created many online communities that never existed before. Even beyond community, the platform offered a means to engage in issues beyond entertainment. The Chinese government went as far as banning sales of Animal Crossing because players were using it as a means of protest. Animal Crossing players have participated in the Black Lives Matter movement, showing how the platform is not just a game, but offered inclusivity, community, while embracing a social movement. The online game Fortnite came out in 2017, offering immersive environments that allow diverse characters to interact on one platform, within a community of players. Unlike many games, the platform draws intellectual property from diverse sources. Users can do everything from playing games to attending concerts.
While competitors in the media and entertainment industry have been expanding and even thriving during the COVID-19 crisis, Disney was hit with a 63% decline in revenue for their second fiscal quarter in 2020. This is due to their over-reliance on traditional media, live experiences, and theme parks. Disney recently released Hamilton to the Disney Plus streaming platform before the 4th of July holiday weekend. Some Hamilton fans were disappointed they were not able to share the live viewing experience that you would normally get in a theater. The Disney Plus streaming platform did gain significant subscribers and credit for delivering the culturally diverse performance, bringing to the masses what is normally a very expensive play to see. Through inclusivity, Gay Days was organized by the LGBTQ+ community to celebrate Pride Month at Disney resorts. Yet, the Disney brand does not promote nor recognize Gay Days. The company is appropriating Pride Month to sell merchandise rather than truly becoming an LGBTQ+ ally. When you look at the last decade of Disney characters, it might not be obvious, but all the female characters have the same round, innocent faces with small button noses that lack the diversity and to be inclusive and representative of women in today's society. Also, the contrast is apparent when comparing their male cast members. The male characters have a much greater diversity and variety of ethnicities, face shapes, and features. When everyone is able to connect and be represented within the Disney brand, they can continue to grow audiences and loyalty no matter anyone's abilities, backgrounds, or cultures. Even with the past Disney princess problems, there have been efforts to modernize their messaging and stories with diverse films like Moana and Coco, but that is not enough. In 2010, Disney opened their interactive gaming department and released Epic Mickey, which sold out across the world. However, in many ways, the game was too early. People were not ready for a new Mickey with new visuals and such a traditional character. After the failure of the Epic Mickey sequel, the development of Disney Infinity was too late, offering lackluster visuals and tying too much merchandising. Interactive Disney closed in 2016 and discontinued all self-publishing gaming. And due to the discontinuation of self-published products, games, and interactive content, most of their applications, websites, and interfaces are outsourced, inconsistent, and unconsolidated. Even internally, Disney has overloaded its platform with different studios, production companies, TV channels, and streaming services, which is now oversaturating the brand, its messaging, and core identity. After almost a century, Disney has no clear identity. We need to signal a change with a consolidated brand voice, expression, and positioning. The fragmented brand, the over-reliance on traditional media and live experiences, along with the shortfall of not adapting quickly to current culture, Disney has been experiencing an erratic fluctuation in stock price.
That led us to ask ourselves a crucial question. How can Disney position itself for the future of media and entertainment? We want to shift Disney from a brand that is focused on traditional media, entertainment, and life experiences, to a brand that can create an open and inclusive universe that connects digital and physical experiences. And therefore, we want to go back to the roots of Disney's original values, the visionary impact of its founder, the engaging nature of its entertainment, both in theaters and theme parks, and the imaginative character of Mickey Mouse, to bring Disney brand back to its roots and Imagineering heritage. Disney was able to bring to its audience imagination and magic in the past, with fantasy world that brought delight and excitement, and Disney can encourage consumers to do the same, inviting them to be fellow Imagineers. So, who can be an Imagineer? Imagineers were the minds behind Disney brand, the select group of individuals who brought the Disney magic to life. But aren't we all able to imagine? We are all born with the innate desire to create and imagine that allows everyone to grow beyond their wildest dreams. We are the curious creators that believe in the power of ideas. We belong to a world full of colors, cultural backgrounds, diverse genders, and inclusive communities. We are neighbors, friends, brothers, sisters, and family. We are interconnected as a global community across the world. We live in an age where art, engineering, and technology are at the tips of our fingers. We are all capable of imagining, building, and creating, and we invite you to join us. Because we are all Imagineers. And therefore, we have created Imagineers Manifesto.
Allow your dreams to guide you. Let your imagination run wild. Discover endless possibilities. Embrace your limitless journey. Have courage to be yourself. Create, build, and grow. It's fun to do the impossible together.
We further created a 5-point journey to leverage heritage, diversify portfolio, engage in digital interaction, ensure inclusion, and consolidate the brand.
How can Disney align internally to simplify, unify, and amplify? We will start by leveraging Disney's heritage. Disney was a pioneer in the entertainment and media industry. It innovated animation, film, all the way to how we consume media. The brand has a storied past that will need to be put into focus. We propose the consolidation of all things Disney under one voice, a new Disney master brand. But in order to create one voice and position for Disney, there needs to be an assessment of Disney's heritage. The first is a simple signature. Walt Disney took pride in his signature. Befitting his status as a great showman, he made a production out of signing his name. Although Disney had used his signature early on in his career, it was during his time as a host in the Disneyland TV show that the curvy script took center stage. Since then, it has been used across platforms and mediums. From parks to movies, from physical to virtual, making it one of the world's most famous autographs. As the Disney signature evolved, so did Mickey, becoming one of the most recognizable characters around the world. Walt Disney said it best.
During the last few years, we've ventured into a lot of different fields, and we've had the opportunity to meet and work with a lot of wonderful people. I only hope that we never lose sight of one thing, that it was all started by a mouse.
Congratulations, Mr. Mickey Mouse, congratulations.
Mickey has become the cornerstone of the American lifestyle, one that has combined almost everything, from Republicans and Democrats in politics, to visual artists such as Andy Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein, or Saul Steinberg, from music to fashion and culture. The core visual equities of the Disney brand are the signature and the Mickey iconography. Our proposition for the rebrand is to leverage the strongest brand equities and create a new system. We evolved the current Mickey icon based on a geometric construction that will bring Mickey into the forefront of the brand expression, creating an architecture that emphasizes how Mickey encompasses the concept of Imagineering. This new brand architecture will allow for united positioning and messaging while celebrating the best of the Disney's heritage. This system is meant to be minimal in order to create cohesive integration, both internally and externally. Disney could start consolidating its messaging towards employees and leadership, allowing for a cohesive corporate community. This is not just a visual change. This is an identity that is also for adults and professionals. It is a method by which Disney can engage internally, fostering morale and unification. It is time Disney accept the current situation and adapt. The brand can invite everyone to dream, internal or external, because we are all Imagineers.
But how can we bridge the digital and physical worlds of Disney? The next tactic will allow Disney to branch out to proprietary consumer technology in order to minimize revenue loss during COVID-19 and prepare for a world beyond. Disney must diversify investments to encompass new methods of bringing physical and digital interactions. And therefore, we are introducing Hey Mickey. Hey Mickey is designed specifically to boost creativity and foster imagination. This device will change the way we bring storytelling to life. Parents, family, and friends alike will be able to record their own unique stories and share them with one another. All you have to do is command Hey Mickey to tell stories, craft projects, develop new skills, cook recipes, and so forth. Hey Mickey will perform and bridge the digital and physical worlds through interactive Disney content that allows consumers to customize and cater their specific needs. It will sync to an app and function as a smart device to bridge Disney's digital and physical worlds. The device can suggest engaging activities for all to participate, from composing stories together to being a creative assistant. Hey Mickey can be used within the home.
Oh boy! Who is excited to learn how to draw today? Let's put on our handy-dandy Imagineers and start up our imagination. I can help you come up with ideas or guide you through how to create different Disney characters. Who do you want to start drawing?
And Hey Mickey can be used within Disney stores and parks as well.
Oh boy! Welcome to the Disney Store! We are super excited to welcome you. Please adhere to reduced store capacity, social distancing, and always wear a face mask. We appreciate your cooperation and are happy to help you find anything you might need. If you have any questions, just say, "Hey Mickey," and I'll be happy to assist you.
Next, we ask ourselves, how can we create personalized and unique Disney characters? As entertainment becomes more interactive and engaging, Disney must invent new mediums to shift from one-way to two-way interactions. And we are introducing DisneyMe. DisneyMe is an interactive digital platform to customize and model your own Disney avatar. Imagine your own Disney character come to life with a simple, intuitive solution that allows the visionary user to become an Imagineer. DisneyMe software utilizes 3D sculpting technology to take measurements and graph person's emotions. Then the user can edit the features from eyes, ears, nose, skin to the shape of their face. You can choose what kind of style you want, from Disney characters, Pixar, Star Wars, Marvels, and The Simpsons. Different body options can also be selected and applied. You can create your own avatar to share and interact with your friends, and this will allow every user to live in a world of open content that everyone can belong within the Disney brand. You will be able to mix and match the different intellectual properties that Disney owns to complete your avatar. After you have made your avatar, you can now integrate it within a variety of platforms. DisneyMe avatar can be used for chats, Disney Plus accounts, and more. Disney can create a new feature that allows users to watch movies together on different devices from different locations, to talk, interact, and engage during a movie while your animated avatar is displayed on the screen. DisneyMe will foster a world full of colors, cultural backgrounds, diverse genders, and inclusive communities to allow engagement with the Disney brand like never before.
How can we all become Imagineers? To be relevant to people across the world, Disney must evolve its content, products, and experiences to be far more inclusive and representative of diverse abilities, backgrounds, and cultures. Imagination brings together Imagineers and cultivates inclusivity to the forefront of the Disney brand. Through an engaging community from around the world who can connect and gain inspiration with each other by creating, engineering, and sharing. The platform is to inspire imaginative minds and knowledge enthusiasts by developing communities and building relationships between Imagineers. There will be different levels of Imagineers from apprentice to master, and through engagement and contribution, the platform will increase your exposure and recognition. Imagination will allow Imagineers to go beyond the digital and create collective experiences in person or online and bring diversity and inclusivity to the Disney brand. This can be physical or virtual events from Imagineer Fest to workshops. Imagination can create chapters in colleges and schools to encourage, support, and triumph the arts, from motion graphics to films, From music production to engineering, the Imagination platform will engage consumers to become Imagineers and create user-generated content from the vast array of Disney brands. The social platform will connect Imagineers, showcase original work, and create communities. The content generated can be featured in different Disney marketing from online to physical touchpoints where Disney advertises.
Then we came to the final question. Is it possible for us all to engage in a digital environment? We will now share how we imagine consolidation. In order to accentuate the meaning of the Disney brand, it needs to consolidate all things Disney under one voice, one position, and one strategy. We are immensely excited to welcome you to the Disneyverse. The Disneyverse is a super app in which everything Disney will live and breathe. From retail to communities, the Disneyverse will be a fully immersive digital platform that allows for collective engagement. The encompassing idea is creating uniformity and connection through a consolidated platform. The Disneyverse will live across all platforms, ranging from your phone, desktop, tablet, Hey Mickey, even to virtual reality. The Disneyverse will allow for different sets of environments. Users can choose their own custom preferences and change them to their liking. Whether that be in Waterworld teeming with aquatic creatures of your liking and choosing, or in the Magic Galaxy, full of vast unexplored mystery, or in Imagineland, simply filled with all the wondrous wildlife you can imagine. These spaces allow users to run wild with their imaginations and customize them as they please. The entirety of Disney, from our tactical solutions to current platforms such as Disney Plus, Disney Stores, and more, will be consolidated on this platform, truly tying in the brand experience. This super app will be a place that people of all ages, genders, races, and diverse backgrounds can come together to share, engage, and amplify ideas. We can all interact and create collective stories in an environment like never before. With our strategic recommendations, we hope to instill within all patrons of the brand that we are all Imagineers. So let's start Imagineering together. Thank you.
That was great. Congratulations on your thesis. You picked an ambitious topic and an ambitious company. And I think that even working over Zoom and in a decentralized way, you were able to be incredibly cohesive as a group. And that's a real achievement. But more importantly, you've come up with a very ambitious brand strategy for Disney and for its companies. I was wondering, as you created this recommendation to move from a very centralized company with lots of parts and very controlling to one that's going to allow users to create content, to participate and co-create, to be Imagineers. How difficult do you think it's going to really be for Disney to make that happen? Will their culture stand in the way? What do you think will be the barriers and how successful can they be?
Creating content right now is not feasible. So if they can't be filming and producing and having people come to work, why not create a system and a way to deliver content that still entertains people and gives the consumer more leverage over their experience and interaction with a brand?
Yeah, also on top of that, I believe that considering what is happening in the real world right now and how technology is helping us to make the virtualization of our lives, I will say that we're going to see that in the short term, and actually we are facing to, like, even presenting a thesis in a virtual space is new to all of us. So our ideas are thinking and how can we get into that place in a short term, like meaning in the next 5 years.
Thank you. Those are great answers. And frankly, our team here have made us in the program look great. And as you know, we've been working hard, as you have, to make sure that even though things are different, that they might be better in some ways?
Well, first of all, I just want to thank you all. It's been a tremendous honor and frankly super fun. Like, I look forward to thesis every semester or every year. And I have to say, this has been one of the most interesting, challenging, exciting, and successful journeys, even considering the challenges of the world and the technology. You guys, you've all done very well. So congratulations. I'm very proud of you and us as a team. And so thank you. All right, here's the question. So I come, as you know, primarily from a design background, and then brand strategy is something I've adopted a little bit later on in life. I know a lot of you are also from a creative background, and so I thought I'd throw a couple of creative questions that had a strategy twist. So the first one is, how did the strategic findings influence and shape your creative brand expressions? And I'd love you to get specific, like, we came up with this, therefore this happened.
I think the core of our strategy was we are all Imagineers, and we thought about bringing Disney back to its imaginative roots, its visionary culture. So it was kind of regressing Disney back to its origins and moving it forward from there once again. So I do believe that actually the rebrand was the beginning of all our ideas, because it leveraged the strongest equities, the mouse and the signature, while getting rid of all those unnecessary logo parts that Disney's landscape of logos has created. So I think that created the bedrock for the future of Disney, how we envisioned it, how it would change, how that would be the new master brand. So I believe the strategic part of leveraging the past really helped build out the rest of the applications.
Great answers. My last question is, speaking of stories, the heart of Disney is storytelling. How did Disney's storytelling influence the way that you presented your thesis?
We, of course, credit where credit is due, our professors, our faculty, and of course our TA, Gelsomina, they suggested that we actually take Disney on a hero's journey. Where have they been? How did they grow? What issues do they have? So our original creative brief was actually a small version of that hero's journey. How they grew from a little mouse to a kingdom, how that kingdom grew into a controlling empire, and what troubles with COVID does that empire have or had before that were highlighted. So we took the story sequence and literally put it into the thesis. The hero's journey, where will Disney end up next? What's the hero going to do to solve these problems? So we do believe that we instilled that storytelling DNA within this thesis as well.
Yes, jumping on that, Gelsomina, there was a moment when I was talking with Oscar during the early phase. We were saying, you know what, Disney's story is just like the Roman Empire story. They failed in the end because they did not evolve. If they would evolve, they would have become relevant even longer. So that was the moment when we also went through the support of our faculty with the hero's journey.
So congratulations, everybody. You're off the hook for now until you get to your next big project, but I'm sure you're looking forward to that. Thank you. Personally, I just want to say it's been wonderful to work with everybody here.
Thank you. We all do a round of applause for ourselves. Let's do it.
On your ears.
My name is Maureen. When I made the decision to enroll in the Masters in Branding program, I knew that I had to make sacrifices, and the time spent with my daughter would be limited. Before quarantine, I'd come home late and we'd only have an hour to catch up with each other. But recently we've been like coworkers, sharing a desk and listening to music together. Although it feels like the world around us is falling apart, I'm grateful to have this time with her.
My name is Roxanne. As a queer woman, community is everything to me. But there were many times I had a hard time fitting in. It's easy for many people to assume that I am straight because I lack societal stereotypes of what a lesbian should look like. I've tried many times to fit the mold better, but after years of getting to truly know myself, I'm no longer trying to fit society's expectations. And fitting in with my fellow queers feels like less of a challenge now.
My name is Arnold. I was bullied growing up due to a speech impediment, and it was hard to trust and open up to other people. Only after building relationship with friends who made me feel accepted, I was able to trust people again.
My name is Michelle. When the lockdown happened, I just wanted to be with my family. Although I was already staying with my brother, I wanted to be back home, back to where my mother is. I didn't know when I would be able to see her next, and having experienced my grandmother's passing not long ago, I felt more uncertain. It's because of the pandemic I realized what's dearest to me.
My name is Stefan. After moving frequently as a youth, I often felt like an outsider, resulting in a lack of self-assurance that did not align with the gender stereotypes that perpetuate our culture. These feelings of inadequacy caused me to develop a fear of vulnerability. But sharing a small apartment during quarantine has mandated a new level of vulnerability with my partner through emotional highs and lows.
My name is Triva. When the pandemic started, I selfishly couldn't have needed it more. My intense and rigid schedule exhausted me beyond belief, and it caused a breakdown weeks prior. But months later, social justice issues reared its big ugly head once again, and the talks continued my way. But I'm tired of having this conversation as a Black American when there aren't enough changes.
Sharing stories is a way of understanding, helping you understand us and understanding ourselves. Throughout the past 10 months as classmates, we have gotten to know each other on a deeper level, having lived not only through an intense year of study, but a global pandemic. Once strangers, we now share a deep and intimate bond through shared experience, pushed apart, but always near. We will take a deeper look into the notions of intimacy as part of our examination of the futures of nearness. We will share with you the evolution we are witnessing and how we must adjust to dismantle what is broken in order to mend each other and our world.
Intimacy is a word we don't often use, but we experience intimate moments every day. The need for it is fundamental, and it can take on various forms. We plan intimacy in moments of joy and in moments of loss. We experience intimacy through self-expression and escape. We find it when we are alone and with others. We experience it in defeat and in the triumph of dismantling injustice.
The word intimacy derived from the Latin word intimus, meaning inner or inmost. And to be intimate with another is to have access to and comprehend one's inmost character. In culmination, intimacy is the notion of understanding and being understood through exchange. Desk research gave us a better understanding of how intimacy is discussed, how it works psychologically, and why intimacy exists. Our survey of 52 participants informed us of current popular beliefs surrounding intimacy. and 14 interviews gave us insight into misconceptions and expectations for intimacy going forward. Our research allowed us to deconstruct intimacy into 3 elements: space, time, and exchange.
The evolution of the United States from a traditional society through the age of modernity and to a nation existing within the global community shows us how space can influence the nature of intimacy. We'll begin in the mid-1600s. The colonial period was characterized by a strict sense of duty and authority in the family unit and the broader community. Intimate relationships were rooted in a formal social order, and it meant physical proximity to the people one was close to. In the first half of the 19th century, with rapid industrialization and urbanization, social structure was altered. During this period, home that had previously served as a foundation of personal and public life was no longer the center of all social existence. Mid-20th century ushered in revolutionary technological changes. Eventually, most households owned a personal computer, and communication via email brought intimacy into a digital dimension. And soon after, technological advances allowed instantaneous communication. The ongoing advances have connected nations and the global society through new forms of media and manifested new venues for intimacy in online interactions.
Human understanding of time is influenced by how we negotiate time and experiences with others. Our view of what is expected or required in time spent together prompts certain behaviors befitting of the circumstance. When time is viewed chronologically, it is supposed that everything has a starting point and an ending point, occurring in a linear manner. This understanding of time is very present when we are at work or when approaching any sort of deadline. The limited nature of chronological time can affect our priorities and how we behave, therefore affecting the type of intimacy that we seek. The transitional view is that of experiencing time as phases. It alludes to passing phases from one critical transition to the next critical transition. We see this manifesting in religious and cultural rituals such as baptism, graduation, and marriage. These are intimate moments that signal that one has matured or transcended. However, transitions can also represent differentiation and degradation. Relational time is defined in life lived with one another. Time is not linear or flowing in a certain direction. It is not a quantity, but rather it is lived in the present moment. Overall, time is an aspect of experience that can take on many forms. And within our intimate relationships, we experience time in many different ways. Due to our unique individual understanding of social experiences, intimacy is multifaceted.
Exchange is the reciprocal act of giving. It is what we share with ourselves and others to initiate a sense of understanding and being understood. It begins with an exploration of our own identity in relation to others and culture, and there exist different kinds of exchange in society. Zero-sum exchange occurs when one party prevails at the expense of another. We've experienced this type of exchange in school, where tests of individual talent and achievements are measured against one another, and in adult life, with hirings and promotions in competitive workplaces. Perhaps the most stark example of this type of exchange is slavery. Slaves received compensation only according to their needs, as determined by slaveholders. Another type of exchange is differentiating exchange, wherein differences are exposed in the course of the exchange. This experience is reflexive, focused more on what people learn about themselves and others than on what sustains a relationship. We see this type of exchange in our society, where highways act as a boundary between neighborhoods, while streets draw casual boundaries between communities.
Win-win exchange is reciprocal. with benefits for all parties involved. Mutual exchanges often form as a result of pattern behavior as it guides trust within a group. This can be seen in nature with rhinos and oxpeckers. Oxpeckers land on rhinos and eat ticks and other parasites that live on their skin. The oxpeckers get food and the rhinos are protected from harmful pests. This exchange benefits both the oxpeckers and the rhinos. When asked what words our survey participants associated intimacy with, 42% of respondents mentioned closeness, defined as the degree to which behaviors are interdependent. By understanding closeness, we pursue the different types of exchange to help us navigate relationships. However, COVID-19 has forced us into new boundaries and borders, and challenged our understanding of intimacy. We allow others into our innermost spaces for safety measures, while adjusting to changes in our personal space and routine. And we find alternative ways to navigate distance and maintain connection. This time has challenged our individual and immediate surroundings and has disrupted our understanding of intimacy with one another. As author of Time and Intimacy, Joel Bennett says, when we tune into and live according to natural temporal qualities such as cycles and rhythm, we feel connection and continuity with life and others. But COVID-19 has put our lives at a standstill and warped our perception of time. Many have observed this phenomenon as a collective feeling of stretching and shrinking of time when time hasn't changed at all. We have lost previous cycles and rhythms, distorting our continuity and normal routine, such as our morning commute, daily visit to the gym, and even sleeping habits. According to psychosocial health researcher Alex Clark, our daily routines play a major role in how we define ourselves. This means that although losing our previous routine may have distorted our sense of self, our new routine has the capability to establish a new identity, instilling in us a new sense of purpose.
With the pandemic wreaking havoc on consumers' health and livelihoods, many Americans are reconsidering their responsibility to society. Forbes has reported that despite a decline in income and overall well-being, the Conscious Consumer Spending Index has increased by 15%, which is bringing about a reckoning of unequal exchange. This has revealed the extent to which xenophobia still perpetuates our society, put a fresh spotlight on institutional problems surrounding race and the disproportionately low-income population in our society, and laid bare the gender inequality that exists within many families. All while we experience an ever more divided nation during an election year. Through widening inequality, growing tension over race and ethnicity, and a diminishing of trust during this traumatic time, we have come to realize that our society is in need of repair to address the unequal exchanges built over time. Richard Sennett, author of Together, has stated, "The goal is not for everyone to be blanched of difference, but to learn how to thrive in the fertile stew of our diversity, especially in communities that have been torn apart by conflict. As individuals, we need to learn how to engage with those who are different from ourselves, through mutual understanding and exchange that helps create a more fair and equal society." COVID-19 has changed Americans' expectations of themselves, and brands as well. Nearly half of Americans believe companies will also be more socially responsible as a result of the pandemic. And for brands that have already taken the step to be more socially responsible, consumers are reacting to those efforts by applauding gallant actions and boycotting the brands when they don't live up to expectations.
So in our exploration, we were inspired by brands that have fundamentally changed the way the marketplace responds to societal demands. And we realized that brands can evolve and change over time. We chose to investigate Barbie as a brand for a deep dive into intimate practices because of their historic influence and recent strides of becoming more inclusive. Barbie is a global brand that has inspired girls and children for over 6 decades. The Barbie doll has always had the mission to offer girls a role model for ambition and endless storytelling possibilities. The doll was created to teach girls that they had choices and that they could be anything. And in the late 1950s, this was a radical idea. The founders of Barbie, Ruth Handler and her husband Elliot, always saw their brand as a reflection of the times, with the first dolls mimicking the glamour of 1950s stars such as Elizabeth Taylor and Marilyn Monroe. In 1959, the doll's body structure was exaggerated to match the aesthetics of the time with fashion and the fabrics that were available. Barbie was a huge success with their debut at the American Toy Fair in New York City. And since the brand's creation, the blue-eyed dolls expanded to a variety of hair colors. But the toy portrayed unrealistic body proportions. And throughout the years, controversy arose as more girls and women spoke out about how Barbie negatively altered their sense of body image. The traditional pin-up Barbie doll measurement was 38, 18, 34. But the average woman's measurements are about 41, 34, and 43. Sounds a bit unrealistic, right? And the issues extended further than just body image, with people speaking up about the lack of diversity as recently as 2015. The Barbie brand eventually listened and stopped relying on tired tropes. They took action to change and make a difference. Barbie started creating not only a collection of dolls with more honest body shapes, but an inspiring collection of diversity, history, and inspiration. And also taking race and skin tones into consideration. And expanding to gender and ability. Barbie continues to create dolls that can be an inspiration for any child. We now see Barbies with no hair, a prosthetic limb, vitiligo, and most recently transgender. Barbie has taken great strides to mend in the past several years through representing the underrepresented, being sensitive to cultural shifts, and setting a new industry standard. By understanding the intimate exchange of a child and their doll, Barbie has been able to reinvent itself, and it's been proven to be successful. Today, about 55% of Barbies sold globally are diverse in skin tone, hair color, and body type. Barbie's ability to dismantle exclusion of underrepresented populations and design for the outliers for better profitability helped us to understand that. Our relationships will thrive in an environment where we seek a more mutual exchange, and that brands must play an integral role in helping mend our communities. So the future of intimacy is one where mutual exchange is the prescription for healing. Moving forward, in order to heal from divisiveness and manifest the future of intimacy, we need to create a more fair exchange, a world where everyone is benefiting equally.
We identified specific categories that have faced extreme discrimination when it comes to lack of intimate practices and mutual exchange. And we focused on the inequity and discrimination of age, gender, disability, sexual orientation, race, and class. It is our goal to demand a world where brands put forth effort in mending this divisiveness, And this is why we developed Undivisive, a guideline for brands to dismantle and mend. Undivisive is for brands and brand leaders who know they need to take a stand to help dismantle divisiveness, but aren't sure where to begin. We believe it begins with intimacy. As a means to start the conversation around intimate practices, we offer these guidelines for unrestricted distribution, in hopes that brands will take the information they absorb and discover ways to activate it in the world around them. Brands must dismantle divisiveness, and brands must be undivisive. The content of these guidelines will detail different brands and how they have or haven't practiced intimate exchange well, breaking down how to mend inequity and dismantle divisiveness through many examples and overarching mandates. This offers a clear message to brands on how to help heal the world moving forward. These guidelines are rich with information for any brand.
Discrimination based on age. Sesame Street is a longtime favorite public television show for children and adults. Sesame Street bridges the divide between what children learn in school and what they learn at home, and helps children develop the confidence to overcome anything they face. Everyday challenges are a part of life, even for preschoolers. Sesame Street's Little Children, Big Challenges initiative provides tips and strategies to help adults and children navigate through difficulties and build lifelong skills for resilience. The brand educates families of all ages by asking questions from their viewers about what's happening in the world, then answer them step by step with experts. They also gave children's books for parents to read to their kids for further information on the topic. Let's deconstruct what any brand can do to mend cultural exchange across age groups. They can address issues in society that affect their audience, educate thoroughly using universal language, and provide information and activities to continue the conversation. Brands are able to mend inequality when they deconstruct prejudices and educate universally.
Discrimination based on gender. For decades, Victoria's Secret dominated the lingerie industry and defined femininity for many women. But in recent years, it has been criticized for portraying unrealistic ideals of beauty and body image. As social norms defining beauty and sexiness have changed over the years, Victoria's Secret hasn't successfully pivoted their strategy and messaging. Their 2019 attempt at a diverse ad campaign was overtly sexual and lacked modernity. The Victoria's Secret image isn't reflective of how many women perceive themselves, and many of them have shifted to brands that focus on comfort rather than fantasy. Although Victoria's Secret was a powerhouse in the lingerie industry, they failed to evolve and lost a large portion of their audience to competitors. In 2019, the company announced that their fashion show had been permanently canceled. Let's deconstruct what brands need to dismantle in order to support equitable exchange based on gender. They need to stop promoting unrealistic expectations, avoid losing touch with culture, and never accept the status quo. Industries can begin to dismantle injustice when they shift societal expectations and empower positive body image.
Discrimination against the disabled. Tommy Adaptive is an inclusive clothing line that accommodates people with disabilities by offering specific modifications that make dressing a more equitable experience. They aren't creating new fashions to pass off to disabled consumers. Instead, they're adjusting their current fashion line to be accessible to everyone. This line has been greeted with deserving praise and positive feedback from the public. Other companies like Target have tried to make the fashion industry more inclusive, but Tommy Hilfiger was the first major fashion brand to take the leap to consider disability-inclusive products. Let's deconstruct what any brand can do to mend cultural exchange with the disabled. They can listen to the audience and consider their needs, involve the disabled community throughout the development process, and continually evaluate feedback from the community to make design improvements. Brands are able to mend inequality when they refuse to reject audiences and adjust to accommodate.
Discrimination based on sexual orientation. UPS is a legacy brand that has tried to implement inclusive practices around equality but has fallen short, internally and externally. UPS has made some efforts on taking a stand for their LGBTQ+ employees, including floats and pride parades with employees in the community. However, they lack an active stance on the matter. In the past 2 years, UPS has donated more than $2 million to anti-gay politicians. This shows lack of commitment. And UPS is not the only brand who promotes a rainbow logo while also supporting people and organizations that oppose the cause. Let's deconstruct what brands need to dismantle in order to support equitable exchange based on sexual orientation. They need to discontinue use of LGBTQ+ community as a promotional tool, end financial support that undermines LGBTQ+ rights, and stop defaulting to simple solutions on a complex issue. Industries can begin to dismantle injustice when they address a lack of commitment and demand consistent evaluation of practices.
So now let's talk about discrimination on the basis of race. Fenty Beauty launched with a 40-strong foundation range, and they have now expanded to 50. Their range includes shades for everyone, and a marketing campaign that was as diverse as they come. This brand is about representation and equality, and not being penalized for not fitting the same mold as your fairer-skinned counterparts. Rihanna understood this and decided to address it using the very powerful vehicle of makeup. Fenty Beauty connected emotionally with women who had long been treated as though they didn't exist by the beauty industry. Fenty Beauty also understood the nuances of their audience and delivered products that solved problems no one else was addressing. They were able to do so by employing a diverse team with the ability to reach a wider array of customers. And in doing so, they set a new standard for the industry. Suddenly, beauty houses of all sizes began extending their shade ranges to accommodate a wider variety of skin tones. 40 shades became the new standard. Anything less was deemed unacceptable. Let's deconstruct what any brand can do to mend cultural exchange across race. They can employ diverse talent to understand the complexity of their audience, empower people to accept themselves just as they are, and establish a new industry standard. Brands are able to mend inequality when they subvert expectations of fitting the mold and embrace diversity and transparency.
Discrimination based on class. Geico, alongside many other insurance providers, relies on discriminatory actuary tables that promise savings for only a select few. According to NBC, two individuals with identical traits can receive different rates based on their occupation and education levels. In this case, a doctor with a DUI received a much lower insurance rate than a waitress with a clean record. This practice is the standard across the insurance industry. Let's deconstruct what the industry needs to dismantle to support equitable exchange based on class. They need to discontinue judgment of character based off of occupation and education, end reliance on third-party organizations who operate immorally, and stop predatory practices based on consumers' financial situation. Industries can begin to dismantle injustice when they discontinue judgment based on cultural assumptions, and commit to making products and services fair and accessible for everyone. This leads us to our overarching mandates for brands to combat discrimination and create healing through fair and equal exchange. It is vital for any institution to evolve with the times and be responsive to their constituents. The future of intimacy mandates that brands pay attention and learn about the unique and nuanced needs of underrepresented groups.
A diverse team across all levels of business has the ability to reach a wider array of customers. The future of intimacy mandates that brands employ diverse talent and value all employees and their perspectives.
There remain audiences in the market that are not appropriately served or spoken to. The future of intimacy mandates that brands design for the outliers and reinvent, don't just repackage.
Advertising campaigns and platforms have long been driven by a desire for status and profit. The future of intimacy mandates that brands market responsibly and recognize and replace negative and divisive messaging.
Enabling a wide audience to embrace their strength benefits everyone. The future of intimacy mandates that brands empower individuals and enable self-exploration.
Understanding audience nuances through shared experience enables business offerings that address specific needs. The future of intimacy mandates that brands tailor offerings to improve services and databases that discriminate against certain populations.
Every human deserves the same level of respect and quality of service. The future of intimacy mandates that brands serve equally and reduce barriers of entry for consumers.
Consumers expect brands to address societal issues and help advance dialogues towards justice. The future of intimacy mandates that brands take a stand and set a new industry standard.
Authentic experiences resonate when received as lived experience or from an expert. The future of intimacy mandates that brands amplify informed voices and speak only with a fully researched understanding of the topic.
It is important to encourage dialogue and demonstrate that inclusion is much more than a promotional strategy. The future of intimacy mandates that brands engage genuinely and express values consistently across business, language, and activism. The future of intimacy needs to be shared and implemented in an effort to heal the unequal exchanges in our society. With that in mind, we have identified avenues to freely disseminate the guidelines into the world. We are reaching out to established media institutions that corporate leaders regularly read. We are specifically targeting a featured position in the magazine supplements that offer more culture-driven content and allow for leisurely, intimate consumption. We are also excited to announce we are in communication with the Valuable 500, a global CEO community that is taking action on disability inclusion through business opportunity and leadership. The Valuable 500 has reported that 90% of companies claim to prioritize diversity, but only 4% prioritize disability. And this is representative of the discrimination against many underrepresented groups. To date, 289 CEOs have joined the cause. These corporate leaders are already open to creating change in the world, and we are excited to help guide them in this process. These guidelines are also available now as a downloadable PDF on our website, undivisive.com. Our homepage holds all the information about our corporate partnerships, our video and definition of intimacy, and everything else we offer. Visitors can learn how to dismantle and mend, find more specific information about the categories in these guidelines, and explore the research methodologies that led us to the insights we've presented today. We have taken you through the elements of intimacy we identified as space, time, and exchange. We broke down our understanding that cultural exchange needs to be less divisive in order to heal. We deconstructed brand actions that act to mend cultural exchange and actions that need to be dismantled, and ended with 10 mandates for the future of intimacy.
Pay attention.
Employ diverse talent.
Designed for the outliers.
Market responsibly.
Empower individuals.
Tailor offerings.
Serve equally.
Take a stand.
Amplify informed voices.
Engage genuinely.
Now that you share a deeper understanding of intimacy, we'd like to ask you to consider how your actions can serve a purpose to help us heal cultural divides. Thank you.
What do you believe is the greatest hurdle or challenge to applying these guidelines to commercial exchange?
I think a huge first hurdle is finding a way to redefine it to people, because people think of intimacy as more in the physical sense, and we're trying to open their eyes up to it being this bigger story and more useful tool. And I think when people hear intimacy at first, that's almost a turnoff. And so it'll take a lot of working on language and getting it out there in a way that makes it understandable to the way we know it and the way we define it.
What is it about intimacy then that brands have a right to explore, participate in, or exploit?
To be intimate with someone or with an object, it's to have a relationship with that person or a thing. So you're kind of exploring how can a brand become near to something. So the topic of intimacy is actually a topic of nearness itself. And for a brand to have consumers who feel near to them, I feel like that's the best thing you could possibly ask for. And yes, some brands can exploit it, but there are also brands who can use a following like that for positive good.
I think something that we focused on a lot, especially towards the end of the presentation, was trying to convey that this is not only good for society, but good for business. It's something where brands need to interact with their consumers, and it needs to be an exchange that is more than just taking money. And although some brands have the ability to exploit that exchange and drive up prices or take more than they give in that relationship, I think we really tried to demonstrate that the brands who interact with their consumers on a more equal and fair basis see the best return. They see the most loyal customers, they see the highest profits, and they receive press for it. It's really a profitable enterprise being in more fair and equal exchanges with consumers.
It is an excellent proof point to what we study all semester about aligned ambition. That if the ambition of the people you serve and the brand are aligned, then both profit.
I have a question about your process. In your thesis, you considered intimacy outside the bounds of linear time, physical space, and romantic exchanges. What led you to connect these findings to a brand's responsibility to society?
I think we realized that with COVID-19 that is forced us into boundaries and borders, brands have realized that they need to take a stand and they need to change. So with us defining these elements of intimacy, being linear time, space, and exchange, we realized that mutual exchange is the strongest part of that. And if brands can recognize this and realize that they need to change, and this is a time that we have seen in the past few months, brands are starting to make a change, that this is the way they can move forward with the futures of intimacy.
We saw a lot of examples of this recently. Ben & Jerry's released a strong letter against white supremacy near the beginning of our process. And then shortly thereafter, there was the Stop Hate for Profit campaign, or Pause Hate for Profit on Facebook. And I think that kind of drew our attention. And we spent a lot of time discussing the role of brands as an institution in our country and in the world right now, where when other institutions like the government are becoming less reliable in day-to-day activities, and social interactions between people around you have been largely cut off.
So guys, you're talking about brands having the responsibility of creating this mutual exchange of which you speak. And that's great, and it sounds great if you are of that mind. As you know, the United States and to a large extent, other parts of the world are very polarized right now. Are you concerned that by engendering brands to take a stand and create this mutual exchange and talk about how important it is, you will only further create bifurcation in society? So you will have folks who feel that's important, and therefore brands that feel that's important, and brands that don't feel it's important, and their constituents who don't feel it's important.
We think brands, they don't necessarily have a choice but to take a stand, because at the end of the day, they are serving their consumers, and if the consumers are the trend, so if they want to be relevant, then they have to take a stand that's relevant to their consumers.
Well, but if the stand that is relevant to their consumers is, we don't care about Black Lives Matter, we don't care about mutual exchange, what is that? Where does that leave us? Have we created even greater bifurcation by trying to create unity?
I think there will always be somewhat of a divisiveness, right? And this is also like a big reason of why we're doing this, not only to create and support the mutual exchange, it's about dismantling divisiveness. So maybe it would create more of a divide in some ways to begin with, but ultimately, the more people who speak up and take a stand, there will at least be more of those people.
Yeah.
And that could help heal moving forward.
At the least, it'll at least create a conversation, or it'll help us acknowledge that there are different sides to the stories. And if there is a divide, then you might as well be aware of it rather than have it hiding in the shadows.
We're here today to talk about the future of the American food supply. Breaking bread together, raising a glass, food not only fuels us, it nourishes our relationships. It connects us with our heritage and bonds us with our neighbors. Yet COVID-19 has illuminated how far the food industry has strayed from food as a unifier, as the pandemic continues to reveal the cracks and vulnerabilities in the system. The last few months have shown us empty supermarket shelves, while farmers, facing lack of demand from the restaurants they usually supply, leave produce out to rot. Mile-long lines for food banks, while dairy farmers without schools to supply to dump milk into the ground. Meat workers falling sick, while influencers celebrate their newfound baking skills. How did this come to be? Through time, food has transformed from a mutual act of care into a product that exists within a transactional relationship. We have traded connection for convenience, environmental sustainability for industrial scale, and worker health and safety for profit. To understand the roots of this problem, we must examine how agriculture and farm labor have evolved throughout the American history. How did we get here?
We start in 1785, when Thomas Jefferson wrote that the cultivators of the earth are the most valuable citizens. They are the most vigorous, the most independent, the most virtuous, and they are tied to their country and wedded to its liberty and interests by the most lasting bands. Yet Jefferson, like many of America's founding fathers, enslaved the very people who labored on his land, robbing them of their liberty and citizenship. The agriculture system in this country has long been a tale of two Americas. One who performs back-breaking work in exploitive conditions, and another who profits off the fruits of their labor. Throughout our history, we have devalued the lives and liberties of the very people who nourish us. While the Emancipation Proclamation of 1863 and the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution in 1864 made most forms of slavery illegal, powerful landowners continued to exploit those who worked on their plantations. Many newly freed Americans became sharecroppers, landowners monetarily indebted to the owners of the land they tilled. The former Confederate states passed laws that prohibited Black people from holding jobs other than farm worker or servant, while criminalizing unemployment with forced labor. And as the country grew, other regions built their agricultural force on the same model of inequality between land workers and landowners. The fields of California were tilled by immigrants from China, the Philippines, and Japan. While considered experienced farmers in their home countries, in America, these farm workers were deemed unskilled laborers and were given meager wages for their back-breaking work. While the early 20th century saw a wave of labor rights laws protecting workers from exploitation, farm workers were specifically excluded from the National Labor Relations Act of 1935, meaning that they could be fired for joining or supporting a labor union. They were also excluded from the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938, leaving them without minimum wage and overtime pay. At the same time, the option of improving their conditions through land ownership was intentionally kept out of reach for these laborers. As many Japanese immigrants began buying farmland of their own, American farmers in California lobbied the government to make it illegal for immigrants to own land. Japanese farmers who responded by putting their land in their American-born children's names were met with new laws that denied first-generation Americans the right to own land. After the bombing of Pearl Harbor, California farmers lobbied the government to imprison Japanese immigrants and their families. Immediately after the news of the attack, Austin Anson, the head of the influential Salinas Vegetable Grower Shipper Association, went to D.C. to argue for internment. He didn't bother to hide his motives to reporters and was quoted as saying, "They came into this valley to work, and they stayed to take over. We do not want them back when the war ends either. Along with imprisoning those of Japanese descent, the U.S. government seized over 250,000 acres of their land, placing it under the Farm Security Administration's jurisdiction. In the internment camps, many Japanese American prisoners were forced to do farm labor. While the crops were ostensibly meant for feeding the people on the camp, much of what they produced was sold by camp administrators on the open market. Japanese farmers who hadn't had their land confiscated came home to ransacked farms. At the same time, the U.S. government addressed wartime food shortages with the Bracero program, recruiting Mexican men to work on short-term contracts on American farms. Once in America, many braceros were met with unsafe housing and working conditions and racial discrimination. Taking advantage of their workers' lack of legal representation, many American farmers withheld wages, making it impossible for their employees to travel back to Mexico. After the war, the U.S. government instituted what they called Operation Wetback, an offensive, derogatory term for Mexicans. Using military tactics, they forcibly removed Mexican workers from the U.S. Many of the people they removed were American citizens. These policies worked to maintain the legacy of powerful white landowners benefiting off of the exploitation of farm workers, typically people of color. Yet Jefferson's sentiment about the virtue of the American farmer continued to be embedded in the national narrative. Cesar Chavez and the Delano grape workers' strike temporarily brought the plight of farm workers into the national spotlight and led to the creation of the United Farm Workers Union. But the attention was short-lived. As Chavez declared during the grape workers' strike, farm workers are involved in the planting and the cultivation and the harvesting of the greatest abundance of food known in this society. The ironic thing and the tragic thing is that after they make this tremendous contribution, they don't have any money or any food left for themselves.
Farm labor abuse continues to this day. Despite everything these workers do to bring our food closer to us, America keeps them at a distance. America's farms contribute over $132 billion to the U.S. GDP. Yet the people growing, picking, and processing our food are treated unfairly. They're overworked, they're underpaid, and they're seen as expendable. There are over 2 million farm workers in the United States, more than 1 million of which are undocumented immigrants, mostly involved in crop production as many fruits and vegetables still need to be harvested by hand. Most of the commonly consumed produce in America, like grapes, strawberries, tomatoes, onions, and apples, all require hand harvesting. But farm workers are some of the lowest paid laborers in the country. 33% of them live below the federal poverty line. Throughout American history, agriculture has played by a different set of rules, using legal exceptions to protect itself, a concept known as agricultural exceptionalism. Farm workers have long been excluded from standards applied to most workers in other industries. It took 28 years for Congress to make amendments that require employers to pay farm workers the federal minimum wage. A 2015 study found that for every consumer dollar spent on a pound of strawberry, farm workers receive 17 cents. And for every dollar spent on tomatoes, farm workers receive 8 cents. Currently, farm workers don't receive overtime pay and many of the other occupational health and safety protections afforded to other workers. The existing laws also have loopholes that growers and farmers can exploit to their advantage, as farms with less manpower and farms that employ seasonal workers are not covered by these regulations. Most farm workers are paid by the piece rate system, which is based on how many buckets or bags they harvest. To illustrate the system, this farm worker earns $1.86 for every 60 bundles of radishes. With her speed and skill, she may be able to earn more than the minimum wage, but she has to work herself to the bone to do so. It means that farm workers have to push their bodies to their edge, working as fast as they can under the oppressive heat of the sun. This back-breaking work takes its toll on the body. And yet, according to the U.S. Department of Labor, less than half of all farm workers and only 24% of undocumented farm workers have health insurance. A study conducted by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention and published in the American Journal of Public Health found that immigrant workers had 3.4 times the risk of citizens for dying of heat-related causes. 87% of heat-related deaths occur among Hispanics, and farms were often cited as the place of excessive heat exposure. And only California, Washington, and Minnesota have enacted state laws for heat illness prevention. In the case of Minnesota, it only applies to indoor places of employment. There is no uniform national standards to protect workers against heat-related illnesses and injuries, and the need for federal law becomes even more urgent as climate change continues to worsen. The piece rate system also disincentivizes the need to take breaks to rehydrate and seek shade, as that will mean less pay. Workers often have symptoms of heat stress and dehydration, but are afraid to report it because they might be pulled off the job and lose income. Undocumented immigrant farm workers are especially vulnerable, as they often don't speak English and are less likely to demand rest, shade, or water. Given the physical nature of the work, along with the occupational hazards of exposure to pesticides and heat stress, farming is one of the most dangerous occupations in America. In 2014, the most recent year of which data is available, there were nearly 58,000 adult farm injuries, nearly 6,000 more than the number of American soldiers wounded in all the years since 9/11. Workers are twice as likely to die on the job as police officers, 5 times as likely as firefighters, and 73 times as likely as Wall Street bankers. Again, here we see the tale of two Americas, the disproportionate distribution of burden and benefit. Many farms also rely on temporary agricultural workers on H-2A visas, a seasonal permit that ties laborers to their employers and offers no path to residency or citizenship. The H-2A program has seen rapid growth in the last decade. 10% of farm workers are H-2A visa holders, so crucial to national food security that in March, the government waived certain requirements for applicants to expedite the process of issuing visas. But even this program has its shortcomings and offers workers under little to no protection. According to a 2020 study, 100% of all workers under the H-2A program suffered at least one serious violation of their rights that affected either wages or working conditions. 94% suffered 3 or more violations. These fell under all or any of the following categories: coercion, discrimination and harassment, health and safety, and wage theft. Employers are required to provide H-2A workers with housing, but the conditions are often unlivable. On one farm in Georgia, 100 workers lived in barrack-style housing, slept in bunk beds spaced 5 feet apart. 10 workers had to share one stove, and 10 people had to share one bathroom. One worker said the housing unit was so poorly ventilated that it could be difficult to breathe. The agricultural industry is fueled by immigrants whose status make them vulnerable to exploitation and poor working conditions. The way farm workers are treated as disposable labor is evidence of systemic structural racism at work. We deprive them of their rights. We judge their value based merely on their output. And we refuse to see them for their humanity.
Our so-called leaders continually perpetuate the myth that unauthorized immigrants are an economic burden on the system, repeatedly saying that immigration costs U.S. taxpayers billions of dollars a year. However, IRS data shows that millions of undocumented immigrants file tax returns yearly, and they pay taxes for benefits they can't even use. Filing taxes helps immigrants create a paper trail that they hope will help them get legal status one day. At the same time, simply knowing they're able to pay taxes and make a contribution to this country is equally important to them. One Guatemalan immigrant said, "I'm not going to receive anything, but I'm happy because I declared my taxes." In 2015, the most recent year data is available, immigrants paid $23.6 billion in income taxes. To put this in perspective, $23.6 billion is nearly the same amount that has been given to the Department of Agriculture as COVID-19 relief funds, none of which, not a single dime, was allocated to farm workers. Undocumented immigrants are paying taxes to fund the very system that detains, deports, and dehumanizes them. Raids conducted by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, have targeted immigrants who are here simply to support their families and the American economy. In August 2019, ICE raided 7 Mississippi poultry plants, the largest single-state action in agency history. 680 undocumented workers were apprehended and taken away on buses. And these raids were carried out at a cost that stands in stark contrast to the low wages these workers receive. According to a spokesperson for ICE, these coordinated raids involved 600 ICE agents, whose salaries for that one single day totaled $487,000. The entire operation involved a year-long investigation, and the total cost for it all was $1.3 million. Last year alone, taxpayers paid almost $1 billion for immigration detention. Imagine how many farm workers we could lift out of poverty with the same amount of money, the difference we could make in improving lives instead of tearing them apart. Yet the misconception that immigrants are stealing jobs from Americans prevails. But according to a study by the Pew Research Center published last month, 77% of Americans believe that undocumented workers do jobs U.S. citizens don't want. American farm workers had absentee problems. They stopped showing up, or they asked for time off just after they had started. But Donald Trump's toxic anti-immigrant rhetoric has created an environment of fear among the undocumented farm workers who come here to do the jobs Americans don't want to do, to grow and harvest the food that all Americans eat. This fear is partly responsible for industry-wide farm labor shortages. In California, where 2/3 of all U.S. fruits and nuts are grown, 70% of farms were short on workers in 2017. To deal with the labor shortage, farms are delaying harvesting or eliminating crops altogether, changing crops to less labor-intensive ones, leaving crops to rot without harvesting, or simply giving up and leasing fields to other people. If the situation is left to fester, this puts America's food security at risk. Because taking away immigrant labor would make the American food system collapse. There would be a $30 to $60 billion loss in agricultural production, and prices would rise 5 to 6% for consumers. At the start of the pandemic in March, the Department of Homeland Security gave farm workers essential status, and laborers could carry a printed out letter indicating they could still proceed with work as usual without violating shelter-in-place orders. Some farm workers felt gratified by the recognition of their work as essential, yet the irony is that most of them are being asked to work without being given any protection against COVID-19. It's not possible to do social distancing out in the fields or in farm worker housing. Workers have no health insurance and they're not being provided with gloves, masks, hand sanitizers. Yakima County in Washington, where many of the nation's apples and cherries are grown, has the highest rate of COVID-19 cases on the West Coast. Workers who participated in walkouts or strikes in protest of the lack of safety precautions often did so despite fear of being fired or replaced. The stability of America's food supply chain depends upon the work these immigrants do. Yet our lowest paid workers are on the front lines of battle without any support. And as The Atlantic powerfully put it, for farm workers in this current situation, there isn't just the pandemic of COVID-19, but also the pandemic of poverty and the pandemic of fear.
Enrique Balcazar, a community organizer for migrant farm workers, has said, "We are in a country where people want our labor but don't care about our lives. Our human rights have been denied, but our work is being deemed essential. The injustice of the system is laid bare. America wants farm worker labor but doesn't care about farm worker lives. We need to ask ourselves, why aren't we treating farm workers with respect and dignity? Why did it take a pandemic to bring attention to these issues? What will it take for people to care?" To answer that question, let's look back to the success of previous cultural movements that have helped Americans reconsider the stories behind their food, as well as the gaps that they left behind. Over the last 50 years, Alice Waters and the Slow Food Movement have advocated for local, considered food production, setting a foundation for thoughtful consumption that influenced Michelle Obama, who promoted gardening and healthy eating as First Lady by planting a vegetable garden on the White House lawn. And the wave of farm-to-table restaurants that use the origin of their food as a key selling point. The increased consumer appetite for understanding the journey food takes before it gets on our plate has led to outrage over the dangers of pesticides and genetically modified organisms, as well as concerns about how animals are fed and treated. These outrages has not only made headlines, they have successfully pressured the food industry to opt into new standards. Stepping into a grocery store today, you will see rows of produce touting their ethical qualities. Organic, GMO-free, grass-fed, and certified humane. These badges have given consumers an easy guide to vote with their dollars. But how can something be humane when it treats human life as disposable? When it focuses on the product and not the person? While there are efforts emerging across the country to certify farms based on their labor practices, we need a coordinated national effort to receive mass awareness and recognition. The government has continually failed farm workers, especially during this COVID pandemic. But this crisis is an opportunity to engage the public and create a system for all Americans to support farm workers each and every day. Farm workers have gone from being labeled unskilled laborers to essential workers overnight, as the country had a frightening peek at what a collapsed supply chain looks like. This is the moment to transform fear into action. This is the moment to create change. This is the time to fight for the hands that feed you. This is the time to demand rights for the hands that feed you. We would like to introduce Field to Fork.
A baby nursing on its mother's breast. A couple feeding each other the first piece of wedding cake. Carving the Thanksgiving turkey. Food is how we nourish and grow relationships. It is the way we say thank you, good luck, and I love you. It's a tangible expression of care. But what about the people behind that food? The people that planted and plucked, trimmed and tended to it. Why don't we care for them? Called alien or illegal, left to suffer from heat stroke, breaking their back for our produce, the systematic exploitation of farm workers is met with indifference. America bites the hand that feeds it. Imagine a world where essential workers received essential rights, where they are celebrated for their service rather than derided for their lack of documentation, where the economy is built on respect and dignity. With every meal, you have the chance to put your money where your mouth is. You have the chance to treat the people who feed you with the same care as the people you feed. Fight for the hands that feed you. Rights for the hands that feed you. We are Field to Fork.
Field to Fork is an umbrella organization that creates awareness of the exploitation and abuse of farm workers across the country. Working with regional watchdog and advocacy groups, we put pressure on companies to reimagine their existing practices by creating demand for produce farmed with ethical labor and providing simple ways for consumers to vote with their dollars. Partnering with existing labor watchdog groups to certify farms that undergo frequent audits of their labor practices, we will guide purchases through a unified, nationally recognized symbol of ethical farm labor. Through our partners, conditions will be audited with direct involvement from the workers themselves. This badge will stand as an assurance that the people that planted and picked the produce were paid a living wage with scheduled paid breaks and overtime pay. It will certify that the farm provided safe equipment and working conditions with adequate shade and hydration. They will be provided with health care and protection against exposure to pesticides. Field to Fork changes the way the public thinks about the role farm workers play in society. It will make them feel for their struggles. And finally, it will create avenues for them to act on behalf of these workers.
We will first introduce Field to Fork to the public through outdoor activations. Working with governments in major US cities, we will create fork in the road crosswalks to grab commuters' interest and generate awareness. Moss graffiti will similarly reinforce the logo in the consumers' minds, making our logo more recognizable. Projected videos of farm work like this one will highlight the skill and backbreaking work that goes into producing the nation's food. Videos like this will be projected in key places like the Bowery mural wall, along with the message that farm labor is skilled labor. The outdoor activations will be complemented by a digital ad campaign, which shows that farm workers will be erased from the country if we don't treat them ethically. This campaign will further familiarize the publics with Field to Fork's mission, urging them to fight for the hands that feed them. Once interest is captured, our website will house an interactive experience that walks consumers through the many challenges that an undocumented farm laborer faces while working to feed them. In this scenario, website visitors will be asked to put themselves in the shoes of a worker who is deciding whether to work when she has a broken tail light on her car. No matter what she chooses as a solution, to fix the light or go to work, there will always be trade-offs because she is vulnerable due to her status and lack of benefits. This series of interactive scenarios allow the public to put themselves in the shoes of these workers. Besides from providing more information about Field to Fork's mission, the website will also serve as a guide to the farms that are certified and where the produce can be purchased. If consumers want to stand with their farm workers and vote with their dollars, they will easily be able to identify farms that practice ethical labor conditions. Farms that successfully complete the audit will be allowed to put the Field to Fork's logo on their produce. Consumers would be encouraged to consider Field to Fork produce at the point of purchase. A dedicated section would highlight the produce, encouraging consumers to put their money where their mouth is. When empty, the grocery shelves would reveal a message telling shoppers that without farm workers, the shelves would not be restocked. And baskets would drive home that without farm workers, shoppers would go home empty-handed. The produce scale would feature the hands of a farmer telling the shopper that these hands are holding up the weight of the entire food system and asking them to tip the scales in their favor. Finally, the conveyor belt at checkout would ask shoppers if they bought Field to Fork's produce. Diners in big cities will have the opportunity to learn about Field to Fork through a collaboration with local restaurant weeks, like this one in New York. Field to Fork will partner with farm-to-table restaurants to curate a set menu made using ethically certified produce. This collaboration will help convince already ingredient-conscious diners that ethical labor practices should be a consideration while purchasing fresh produce. This event will raise the recognition of Field to Fork's name among the influential food industry tastemakers. We envision a day where all farm workers in America are protected by law. But until then, consumers have the power in their hands to drive change in policy, business, and government. You have the chance to treat the people who feed you with the same care as the people you feed. Every American has the responsibility and the power to advocate for the fundamental rights of every farm worker. Thank you.
Wow. What well done. An amazing piece of work. We're so proud of you. This was an extraordinary circumstance, and you've done extraordinary work. And now we just have a few questions to ask you about the work. And my first question is, how would this work have been different if we didn't have to work remotely on Zoom? What would have been better, and what would have been worse?
It would have been completely different. We might not even have the subject to us if we were all in the studio right now. Having this subject is because we were all working remotely, and it helped us look into so many lenses, because that was the opportunity to see the invisible and make it visible due to the circumstance.
So I want to follow up, I guess, a little bit on Tom's question then. The overriding theme of this year's thesis presentations was the futures of nearness. And the idea of nearness comes out of an essay by Martin Heidegger, a German philosopher. And in an essay called The Thing, he mentions how we live in an age where things that are distant we can feel nearer to, and things that are near, there's still like a kind of distance to it. And we kind of live in this state of like indeterminate distancelessness. Right? So I'm curious. So your work is very focused on food. I'd love to hear some extemporaneous kind of meditation on the relationship of food, nearness, and the feelings of nearness or distance that were rumbling around in your heads as we were working on this.
I think something. Sorry, go ahead, Greta. It's okay.
We started by thinking about what kind of food feels near to us. And a lot of us brought up family and culture and heritage, and how we all have memories of being fed food as children and that being a bond between our families. But that kind of led us to the question of what parts of the food system that help bring that food to our table. Which parts are we distancing? Which parts do we not want to think about? And that helped us get to this topic of the farm workers, because they have been kept at a distance and really are not appreciated in the same way we appreciate the people who sit at the table with us.
Yeah, this whole project began, where all of you spoke really beautifully about that connection, and very personally and specifically. So I'm really glad to see that you were able to kind of tie that throughout the whole work. So congrats on that. Yeah.
I think something that we've also talked about is the concept of taking care of people or attending to their needs in the same way that you do that. You show people hospitality when you feed them. And in particular, we thought it was so interesting that the H-2A visa, it's called the guest worker program. But the people are not being treated in the same way that you would treat a guest. They're being kept at a distance. There's no hospitality being shown to them. And we thought that was a really important point to bring forward.
Yes, and on Lee's point, we wanted to set the idea of hospitality is not a category, but more of a mindset. And by looking through it in that lens, it would help us, bring more nearness to food. And what does that mean? It's not just how food is on your table, it's who grows the food, and understanding where the source comes from.
Melinda?
Sure. Well, I know you all have really envisioned big, ambitious, systemic change, and we were so glad to see you reaching that far. I'm curious, though, whenever you make a big change like that, there are inevitably sort of unintended consequences that come up. What did you discuss as a team as being some, perhaps, effects that would be negative that you would try to avoid, and what might you do or build into your system to prevent those from sort of manifesting?
I think one thing that we really didn't want this to be was a performative practice or a performative act. And we think it's really important that if we were to do this in real life, to implement it, it should be worker-led. It should be talking to workers on the ground, asking what they need, and really getting a sense of what's wrong with the system and how we can fix it, so that we can really put our money where our mouth is and make change possible.
And in order to act, we want to take into consideration, which was our framework, how to think, how to feel, and how to behave. And by targeting all those 3 steps does help us understand better and trying to, create that awareness to people to get to know the situation better and act on it.
We know that whenever there's incentive for a company to look like they're to live up to the badge, there's also going to be an incentive to manipulate the system and try to get that badge without earning it. So that's why what Liz said about it being worker-led and really empowering the workers to be part of this process would be so important. If this were to become a real badge, it couldn't just be a performative badge, as she said.
One of the rules of being a teacher is that you never ask a question that you don't know the answer to yourself in some way or another. And so I'm going to answer my own question that I asked you earlier about how this thesis was different from others for me. I live in Princeton, New Jersey, and so going to the studio to work on thesis is a journey, hour and a half or so each way. And so my participation in thesis work has always been scheduled, deliberate, and limited by the realities of having that travel be part of the work. But with this project, all I had to do was to click on a Zoom link and we could have a conversation together for 10 minutes or 15 minutes or an hour or however long we wanted to. And to me, that made it a lot easier for us to have quick little conversations about things that weren't a big deal. And then I could disappear and you could continue to get back to your work. So I found that to be a plus in regard to my ability to participate in these conversations that I haven't had in the past.
Excellent. So I don't have any other questions. All I have are congratulations. This is a hard topic. This is like the second or third time that Tom and I have kind of worked with a thesis group focused in some manner around food. And out of all of them, I think that you guys have done a really great job of taking a very complex subject and distilling it into something graspable. So kudos on you. So I think you get your diplomas now, don't you?
Well, that's right. You get diplomas now.
Yeah.
Congratulations. This was really a fantastic piece of work. You deserve all the relief that you're going to feel after you celebrate having done this great work. Thank you for your dedication to this.
Thank you. Excellent work. Very, very, very well done. We'll miss you.
As part of our spring semester, we took a class called Pitch Perfect, which is all about developing powerful pitches for a real-world client. We were guided by our fantastic professors, Andrew and Andrea, and by our two TAs, Kaylin and Rory. In the process of creating our pitches, we developed new business opportunities and presented them to our client, which this year was Uber. What is it exactly that we are solving for? Our brief from Uber was to explore ways for the Uber brand to stand for and lead the discussion around women's safety. Uber, as a category leader, wants to create hero actions that prevent sexual assault of women, both on and off the platform. And this discussion is extremely relevant right now. 90% of women, at some point in their lives, have been harassed while in transit. And overall, safety is the main reason women choose not to travel and travel less than men. This fear of a lack of safety is not only prevalent for female riders, but for female drivers as well. Female drivers are 4 times more likely than male drivers to face a sexual assault incident. To create a safe environment for both drivers and riders, trust must be imbued on both ends to create a feeling of safety. Uber's mission around women's safety impassioned us to set forth and make change. Our teams uncovered unique and powerful opportunities to build trust for both drivers and riders. Seldom seeing each other's work, we all developed different core audiences, insights, and strategies that led to our final pitch. Our solutions included a safety system, an anecdotal approach, an inclusive narrative guide, a connective network, and a repositioning of a vulnerable time.
Let's start with UberPack, a safety system founded on community, communication, and connectivity, aimed at female drivers for Uber. During the research process, the UberPack team discovered that women drivers want to feel both physically and emotionally safe, but driving alone, especially at night, can lead to feelings of isolation and fear. The UberPack team learned that safety is more than avoiding dark alleys or walking alone at night. It's about always feeling like there's a connection nearby. This led to the development of their strategy that focuses on bringing the power in the pack to the heart of Uber through strengthening connections and empowering a community. UberPack brings the community to life in a myriad of ways, including the Power in the Pack Safety Summit, a local gathering to discuss safety and innovation, the Power in the Pack campaign to solidify loyalty amongst female drivers, the UberPack application that provides drivers with an internal communication experience and dispatch system, all in the effort to reduce the feeling of isolation by giving them community and support, all built around the Power in the Pack. Our second team was Uber Empower, which created an anecdotal approach that fosters relationships. This team found that for drivers to take responsibility for the Uber brand and to make riders feel safe, they must feel trusted, empowered, and connected. With this in mind, their primary audience was female drivers who would benefit from this sense of security. Uber Empower realized that by focusing the attention on drivers, Uber riders would also feel safer and have a better brand experience. Uber Empower introduces the Driven Drivers campaign, which humanizes drivers, authenticates their motives for driving for Uber, and establishes connections to riders. The Uber Advocates, a liaison program, connects drivers directly to the Uber brand and also allows riders to have an immediate touchpoint to provide feedback to. Our third team was Uber Guardian Angels, a visual and narrative guide rooted in inclusion and representation. The Uber Guardian Angel team uncovered that people feel more comfortable when there's a clear social contract in place, and that Uber and its competitors are currently missing out on this. Through interviews, this team discovered that women of color are most at risk for unsafe conditions while ride-sharing, leading them to focus in on this audience. Team Guardian Angel's strategy is to empower women of color, engaging them in every aspect of the conversation of safety with Uber to create a safer service for all. Uber Guardian Angels includes a safety contract that speaks to topics ranging from emotional security to physical safety. The That's Why I Drive campaign highlights stories of female drivers who support one another, and a new illustration system highlights diversity of Uber through representation of people of all backgrounds and body ableness.
Our fourth team was Uber Beacon of Relief, a connective network built on reassurance. This team learned that for women, feeling safe doesn't mean the absence of threats. It means knowing they won't have to take on these threats alone. Their audience was anxious female riders who do not use the platform because of their perception of the brand, informed by their friends and family. Uber Beacon of Relief strategy is to provide relief to women through networks of allies that combat their everyday safety concerns. Uber Beacon of Relief will incentivize drivers to complete additional safety and empathy training through Uber Shield. Leveraging the power of peer-to-peer networks, Uber Circle connects riders to drivers that have been positively reviewed by friends and acquaintances. UberNet creates a network of trusted businesses that can help women escape threatening situations outside of ride-sharing. Our final team is Uber Bring on the Night, a repositioning of a vulnerable time. This team discovered that even though women generally feel safe in ride shares, they feel vulnerable at night. Uber Bring on the Night strategy is to establish nighttime as the setting for women to thrive. Bring on the Night creates a new application feature where riders and drivers can add context to their circle. These people can be contacted at a touch of a button should a rider or driver feel in danger, making the nighttime more safe. To maximize visibility of this feature, Bring on the Night will launch a campaign with the Take Back the Night Foundation, which riders can donate to through the Uber application.
Through weeks of research and synthesizing, each team brought a carefully curated pitch that explored a unique lens into women's safety. Through harnessing the power of community with Uber Pack, creating a sense of empowerment through humanization with Uber Empower, bringing representation across the brand experience with Uber Guardian Angels, offering relief through a community network with Uber Beacon of Relief, and taking back ownership of a vulnerable time with Uber Bring on the Night. Each team demonstrated that trust and safety can take on many lenses, including community, empowerment, representation, relief, and ownership. When paired with a strategy backed by powerful insights and thoughtful executions, these pillars of trust can reinstall safety many women felt are missing. The time working on this pitch was challenging and humbling. Pitch Perfect and Uber led us to uncover the importance of honing in on a specific audience, developing a unique insight, and creating activations that feel as realistic and palatable as possible. We also learned the significance of details, how the smallest changes, from buttons in an application to color choice of campaigns, to the broader power of connections, both virtually and in person, hold profound importance to female users of the Uber brand and can alter how they experience safety. We imagine a world where women no longer have to look back in fear, but can move forward with confidence. We believe Henry Ford says this best: coming together is the beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success. Thank you.
My name is Triva, and I am a part of the MPS branding class of 2020. Together, we all worked with Bayer in the spring on Project Constellation. We learned the fundamentals that brands live within the context of culture, competition, and the swirl of daily life. Like a lighthouse, a brand should be a beacon that shines with meaning and by which people navigate. Ensuring that a brand stands out and stands firm is essential for its relevance and success. This becomes possible when a brand is anchored by a brief, a set of tools, guidelines, and instructions that provide all those who will steward it with a unified understanding. The challenge within this project was how to keep the dignity of self, future, family, and strength. But the power to do so is based on its inability to grasp the most central aspects of human life: hope, fear, love, beauty, and weakness. In our research, we conducted audits in these 5 areas to better understand the power and agency in decision-making, motivated habits, delivery of care and comfort, emotional management of uncertainty, and assumptions about cancer and stigmas that come with them. We also conducted surveys and interviews to gather several first-hand accounts from patients, caregivers, medical and pharmaceutical professionals. Then we conducted research by reviewing literature, journals, documentaries, and social listening from varied online forums. We utilized a human-centered strategy where we focus on a push and needs-based approach. We identified the contrast in effectiveness of traditional product-focused strategy versus human-centered and needs-based relationship building. We created a manifesto for Bayer and extracted some language from our manifesto that served as a tool for research to our positioning. We draw our inspiration from the dignity, optimism, and unseen radiance of those who persist. Living with cancer stretches far beyond the patient, from the caretaker whose routines revolve around a diagnosis, to the medical professionals who share in the moments of setbacks, or success to the loved ones who do their best to provide continual support. We refer to them as the community of care. We introduced our 5 different audiences affected by cancer by getting to know them through their fears, motivations, ambitions, and getting to know their behavioral drivers. They are divided into 3 groups, creating a community of care with patients at the center. For patients, we identified 2 groups: the determined evolver and the perseverer, those who face clear and unclear paths of treatment. For caregivers, we identified the always-on and the sandwich caregiver, those in treatment roles and those in supporting roles. And for medical professionals, we identified the devoted doc, devoted doctors and nurses. We developed insights from all 3 of our groups. As we got to know our patients, we saw a factor of internal fortitude versus external influences. For caregivers, we saw measurable reinforcement versus emotional management. And for medical professionals, there is reevaluation of current practices versus the creation of new partnerships. Positioning a concept, brand, or product defines purpose and is expressed as a shared ambition that informs Bayer's role in the community of care, and it guides the development of interventions and innovations in care and caring. We used this tool to better understand Bayer's role in the care community of elevating cancer treatment to cooperative care. And we established Bayer's principal role as the nexus that connects scientific solutions and behavioral insight. This helped us to create a manifesto that strategically aligned with Bayer's future visions. For the healthy or ill, young or old, caretaker, or patient. We rise every day to do good. We hold ourselves accountable to the well-being of humanity and are bound by our legacy of employing expertise so that hope may always resonate with possibility. For those facing the uncertainty of cancer, we are here, always searching for the possibility of a cure, of remission, of better days, of more days. We rise every day to do good because behind every chart, every study, and every cure yet to be discovered is a person sustained by hope. We understand our role not simply as scientists or researchers, but as members of a community of care, and we acknowledge that the science of medicine is ever evolving, and it will always be incomplete without the art of empathy, understanding, and warmth. We find our calling in the stubborn resilience of the ailing, the exhilarating potential of health renewed, and the gratitude for life in both the comforted and the caretaker. Ranging from low-tech to nearly scientific fiction in concept, at their core, these offerings seek to find a strategic connection between Bayer's technological capabilities and humanitarian mission to address the lived challenges faced by people affected by cancer. We then created ideas through steps that Bayer can incorporate today or tomorrow, through stretches where Bayer can plan for the next 6 months to 2 years, and lastly through leaps where we envision Bayer continuing to build their position as the nexus for cooperative care into 2030 and beyond. Through these 4 lenses, we've designed steps, stretches, and interventions that could possibly position Bayer to make striving leaps into the future. And the team behind this work? This is the Masters in Branding class of 2020, and we're very thankful to have had this opportunity with Bayer. It has been an honor and a privilege to do this work. Thank you.
Hello, my name is David Kutashima.
And I'm Sam Reichman.
And we'll be walking you through the Class of 2020 Masters in Branding's Honors Project. Every year, a select cohort of students is given an opportunity to work with an outside client on an actual, fully deliverable project.
This year, despite unprecedented challenges, the Honors Project was not only completed and delivered entirely remotely, but it was also a resounding success. The client was thrilled with the work, and David and I are excited and proud to share it with you today on behalf of this year's Honors Group.
This year's Honors Group, we were told, was a relatively large team, 12 students working across 3 continents. We began about a week after SVA shuttered its campus. So from our first meeting with the client to the final delivery, this project was executed completely online. This year's project was conducted in partnership with the Writers Lab, a partner of New York Women in Film and Television, or NYWIFT. Our contacts were Nitsa Willen and Elizabeth Caden, 2 of the 3 original co-founders of the Writers Lab, which was launched back in 2015. Like many nonprofits, TWL was founded to challenge an immediate need. Because of the pressures of parenthood, because of the inequitable expectations of mothers specifically, and because of long-standing monumental biases and challenges facing older women in the film industry, Nitsa and Elizabeth believed they needed to leverage their own wisdom and experience to help advance the voices of other women screenwriters. The Writers Lab was founded with the support of Nicole Kidman and Meryl Streep, who believed that in order to advance the opportunities for women in the film industry as a whole, there needed to be more material, screenplays, that genuinely spoke to the experiences of women, particularly women of age and wisdom. TWL is a relatively small organization whose primary activity is hosting an annual writing retreat for women screenwriters over the age of 40. Though modest in its activities, the Writers Lab has been very successful, and over the past 5 years, a number of their alumni have gone on to become accomplished screenwriters. However, despite this success, Lisa and Elizabeth recognized that TWL could do more, and they had much bigger ambitions for their organization beyond what they were currently doing. So, after a long assessment of TWL's history of success, their current assets, and the challenges facing an ever-evolving film industry, we began with this basic ask. How might we amplify the impact of the Writers Lab and cultivate the organization's network and expertise? Our dialogue with the client began with an honest and comprehensive assessment of their accomplishments, their organizational structure, and both the internal and external challenges they faced. The organization's objective is to develop and advance the talent of older women screenwriters through an intimate, week-long writing retreat outside of New York City, where they hold panel discussions, peer workshops, and generally commute through shared meals and intensive writing and editing sessions. The opportunity to attend is very selective, and the participants typically leave having formed close communities and strong bonds with each other and their mentors. Through our assessment of the organization and a survey we conducted with workshop alumni, we found that this shared community of working women screenwriters defined who TWL was, and that this network was their most promising and under-leveraged asset. Though a small organization, the Writers Lab represents an extensive network of staff, applicants, industry professionals, aspiring creatives, mentors, and donors who together help make it all possible. But these alumni are currently not outward-facing part of the organization. And beyond that, we identified that there were bottlenecks in TWL's organizational structure that limited their strategic capacity to do more.
The primary means by which TWL's audience interacts with the brand is on their website, but it fell short in communicating the breadth and depth of this organization. We broke down the existing verbal identity and explained how it was in direct contrast with what we had heard from our client in preliminary interviews. Elizabeth and Nitsa are so full of strength and enthusiasm that didn't come through in the brand's messaging. For example, our clients as well as alumni focused on the benefits of the workshop, describing it as an invaluable experience that provided a lasting sisterhood. Whereas on the website, the language highlights the features of the workshop over the benefits, making it unclear how the workshop uplifts the writer's craft or career trajectory. We explained that the logo and color palette were missing the opportunity to establish a distinct visual character and share the personality of the organization. We conducted a competitive audit based on the criteria that groups had to target women, they had to focus on writing, and they had to be based in film and media. We analyzed annual donations, ages of the organizations, boards of directors, slogans, and other areas of professional support provided and advertised by organizations like the Future of Film is Female, NYC Women Filmmakers, and Women Make Movies. We determined that TWL's offerings should be expanded, and they must be ready and able to support their audience beyond scripts, to encompass other facets of professional screenwriting to encourage a virtuous cycle that creates loyalty through reciprocity. And they must establish a board that can help with potential partnership or fundraising ideas, which could strengthen their position in the market for potential audiences. Beyond tactical changes to the visual identity, offering, messaging, and approach, we saw another need. The cultural conditions, from pop culture to politics to the film industry, had shifted enormously in the past 5 years from TWL's founding to today, and the organization needed to shift accordingly. To illustrate our point, we dove into necessary context, from Netflix beginning to produce original content to the shift in the women's movement as political divisions and intersectional identity began to emerge as long-neglected issues. All leading to our assertion that the Writers Lab sits at a crossroads of multiple identities. And we reiterated that right now, sexism is still deeply rooted in our culture, and ageism is suppressing our wisest voices. The film industry offers the broadest megaphone to change these realities, and screenwriting is the most potent leverage point that can redirect this already disrupted industry. We told them you are in a strategically unique and critical position to have a profound impact not just on the motion picture industry, but on the entire world. And to do that, they needed to dream boldly, be decisive, and wield the power of their story.
We believe the Writers Lab can have a profound impact on the world, And we wanted Nitsa and Elizabeth to better express that in their positioning, messaging, and visual identity. We presented them with a manifesto to capture the essence of their efforts and beliefs. It concluded with, "We envision a world where the writer's lab is no longer needed. A world where our network is seamlessly woven into the fabric of the film industry. A world where women's voices are inherently valued. A world where all deserving stories are encouraged, recorded, amplified, celebrated, and preserved in humanity's collective script." We said, right now you are an event, but you can be more. You have the opportunity to foster a dynamic, generative network. Your alumni have already been supporting each other and creating a community. Why not own it? Based on everything we found in our discovery phase, coupled with our insights from our own research, we began by creating a new messaging strategy that sought to get at the core of TWL's message and mission. For example, rather than saying, supported by Meryl Streep and Nicole Kidman, we recommended TWL bands together prominent women through the film industry to amplify the voices of female storytellers. Their organization may be supported and amplified by their very prominent donors, but their mission and audience should always be at the core of their message. It's not just what you say, it's how you say it. Having a consistent and distinguishable written presence is a key part of establishing TWL's identity as a brand. We determined that the brand was unflinching and unflappable, with a direct, no-nonsense approach, while at the same time being playful, spirited, and unconventional, exploring topics with a sly but unabashed sense of humor. We then wanted to better define who they are. We are industry veterans who elevate the work of women screenwriters over 40. We speak to anyone who values original storytelling and the discipline of film. And we wanted to specify their actions and goals. We amplify the power of women screenwriters over 40 through mentorship, exposure, and advocacy in order to reshape the film industry through stories which reflect the totality of the human experience. And finally, we wanted to broadcast where they are heading. We embolden women in the prime of their wisdom to claim their space in the entertainment industry. We envision a world where women's voices are inherently valued, heard, and fully woven into the narrative fabric of the human experience.
And our visual identity team explored exactly what this would look like. We determined that brackets and parentheses, classic symbols of screenwriting, would represent the Writers Lab's mission and commitment to inclusivity clearly and succinctly. And we chose Courier to mimic the aesthetics of a script. We complemented Courier as the choice for titles, with Rootslab for subtitles and Mully Regular for body text. And we created a dynamic visual logo type to leverage the use of brackets in a playful, eye-catching way. We chose a dynamic color palette that was not only distinct and ownable within the industry, but also expressed a commitment to uplifting a vibrant array of voices. With 3 vivid colors and 3 neutral colors, we aimed to draw attention to TWL's bold mission and contrast with the austere black and white discipline of screenwriting. In combination with the flexible logo, the broad array of colors allows TWL to appropriately utilize their logo and color palette in a variety of circumstances. With or without text, the brackets and colors could be played with in combination with images, again expressing both a sense of inclusion as well as a definitive sense of identity. Applied to an array of digital and physical mediums, the visual identity is versatile, coherent, and distinct. And we mocked up what the TWL Facebook page should look like once the client creates it, to show how this new visual identity would come across in their digital platforms, as well as Instagram. We created a sample post of a mentor spotlight and encouraged TWL to create alumni spotlights, film reviews, and posts around tentpole events, such as awards and festivals, and showed what the website could look like from an email newsletter sign-up to a donation page, and an event page to engage and raise funds for the organization. It can also extend to podcasts. TWL already has one, but we recommended reinvigorating it and renaming it the Writer's Block. It would provide another brand touchpoint where women screenwriters could offer advice, teach lessons, and most of all, tell stories. In summary, TWL asked us to create a system of communication that not only amplified and complemented the work they already do, but also positions them to have a more profound impact on the film industry and the world. We believe that this new positioning and visual identity will give TWL an array of tools that better aligns with their breadth of ambition and their conviction in the power of screenwriting to shape our collective understanding of the human narrative. And we, of course, could not have completed this project without the direction and critical eyes of our thesis advisors, Mark Kingsley and Dr. Tom, not to mention the tireless efforts, long hours, and wonderful organizational and creative support of 2017 SVA Master in Branding alum, Melinda Welch. Thank you.
My name is Treva Royce, and this is my 100-day project called Black Hair Icons. There is a connection between hair and identity in the African American community. After realizing this, Black Hair Icons was created to depict different hairstyles from various decades of Black artists in music, print, sports, politics, television, and film. With each post, we're witnessing Black excellence and the evolution of Black hair, Black culture, and our shared memories from that moment in time. And the feedback from viewers on social media have also shown this as well. "Love this," says Destiny Darcell. "An iconic woman," says Lioness May. I took on this project after recognizing that minorities have been underrepresented positively in the media. Throughout this journey, I've learned that expressing my artistic self for social justice issues to be a part of the conversation can be done through this channel. My voice is being heard through my expressions. I depict activists and inspiring lyrics from artists that demand change. From afros to braids, cornrows to weaves, and wigs to dreads, African American men and women have used their hair for personal expression. Black Hair Icons shows newcomers in the game, as well as remembering the greats we've lost along the way so that we never forget them. Showing all shades in all roles as characters from shows or artists in their real life. Black Hair Icons celebrates more than just black hair. It celebrates and highlights accolades from a thriving career of Black entertainment with a twist of pop art. Be sure to follow along at Black Hair Icons to see more and follow the Black Excellence hair journey. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sam Reichman, and my project is the 100 Days Ballad. This project required me to write one verse a day, based on the current news cycle. I wanted to capture the essence of each article or piece of content in my own words and lyrics. A little background: before I worked in branding, I worked in news. And in my free time, I write music, so when coming up with a project I'd look forward to doing every day, this is what we've got. All of this with the goal of summarizing the news and making it more palatable for people in these crazy times. I've played piano my whole life, but sitting down and forcing myself to play every day, as well as teaching myself new instruments and software, was motivating and inspiring, and I'm really glad I stuck this out, even with all of the sad and really tragic news there has been lately. But going back for a moment, since May 1st, when I started this project, so much has changed as the virus has evolved, along with politics and social movements, and our own expectations about the future.
Easy's the way you think, the numbers don't mean anything. Welcome to the next phase. Is that what we're calling it? Is that what we're calling it? Just in time for graduation, a virtual address about anemic men who walk alone in the future tense. 111 days fighting back, Sunbelt outbreak. The numbers aren't comforting. Well wishes from the sidelines. I don't need you standing there. No one's safe until we all are, but it's promising,
So the project lives on 100 Days Ballad on Instagram, and all of my non-ballad work in creative production and direction can be found on my website, samreichman.com, and my Instagram and LinkedIn. Thank you so much for listening.
I'm Roxanne, and as you may have guessed, I'm a lesbian. I identify as a femme dyke, and my pronouns are she, her, and hers. 100 Lesbians is about queer visibility, specifically focusing on those who have experienced prejudice of female queerness and are successful despite everything. But it's not just about lesbians. It's about all queer women. Trans women, bisexual women, femmes, dykes, non-binary, and the list goes on. The purpose of this project is to not only highlight the successes of such individuals, but to shed light on just how many identities exist within queerness, to show the world that it's more complicated than one might realize. To do this, I reached out to the community and asked anyone who fell into this spectrum to submit their information to get featured. No curating involved. Then with their stories, I sat down for 20 to 30 minutes to draw the individual based on one of their chosen images of themselves. This project features 100 queer women, lesbians, dykes, trans, and non-binary individuals, with an additional focus on trans women of color that have been killed in the past 2 years. This was in addition to the project to lend visibility to the disproportionate rate that trans women of color are murdered and misrepresented by the government and in the news. In the US, there have been at least 25 transgender or gender nonconforming people killed in 2020 thus far, mostly Black trans women. Every other post depicts a drawing of a Black or brown trans woman who has been murdered, a short background, and information on who to follow and support in efforts to end this epidemic. These are only 100 of the many faces of female queerness. But my hopes are that it helps the public recognize the reality extends far beyond the stereotypes. We are here, we are supportive of one another, and we are successful despite everything. To support the project, you can follow @100Lesbians on Instagram. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Liz Yap, and my 100-day project was all about 100 days of wordplay. For 100 days, and with Instagram as my chosen platform, I wanted to explore the stories behind every word. Some stories are centuries old, like the Native American origins of the names of US states, the evolution of modern Chinese characters from ancient pictograms, the everyday expressions coined by William Shakespeare, and the historical origins of English words borrowed from French. Others are more recent and reflective of our current condition or our general state of anxiety at this time. Words tell the story of colonialism and carry the weight of a checkered past, as well as the story of a young nation wanting to set itself apart. Language is always a reflection of values and beliefs. Cultural expressions show us what's important to a country, while euphemisms reveal what we're ashamed and embarrassed to talk about. Brand names demonstrate how words can carry the power of a single idea or invention, while foreign words capture universal feelings in how we eat and enjoy food, or how we fall in love and express our affection. Some stories are short and powerful. There's so much you can say in 6 simple words. But some are even shorter, entire worlds of delight and disappointment contained in just 2 words. Others play out in verse and find their power in repetition, rhythm, and rhyme. The way we express ourselves keeps changing. Our figures of speech and idiomatic expressions may be rooted in history, but language continues to change and evolve. It doesn't stand still. We find new words for new feelings, new expressions for new emotions. We reappropriate old words for new things. Or when the words we have aren't enough, we combine them to make new expressions that capture the spirit of unusual times. There's a story behind every word, and as I've learned from the past 100 days, always a new story to be told. Follow along on Instagram at 100 Days of Wordplay. Thank you.
Hello, I am Sarah Abby Fields, and my 100 Days project is entitled Imagined Anecdotes. One of my favorite parts of living in New York City is organically overhearing conversations and tidbits of the lives of those around me. When I was considering what type of project I would like to take on for 100 days, I knew it had to be centered around storytelling and people. Since I was unable to get out very much or meet up with others to take photographs in this time, I wanted to use existing photography and fuse it with my writing. Imagined Anecdotes allows me to create stories using photographs from the New York Public Library archive. Many of these stories are inspired by words I have overheard and captured through the years. Each day, I write an imagined anecdote and find 3 photographs that correspond. I use my own handwriting to overlay the story onto the photographs themselves. Through this project, I wanted to learn how to see the world through the eyes of others. Though I relate to some of the imagined anecdotes, many contain situations or feelings that are very distant and foreign to me personally. I believe this will help me as I move forward in branding, especially when I'm working for clients that differ greatly from myself. Aside from learning that telling the stories of others is really difficult but very satisfying, I learned that seemingly unrelated aspects can be combined in beautiful ways. Many times while writing, I was envisioning certain types of photographs, but when I went to actually choose the ones to use, the direction changed greatly. This was both exciting and unexpected. I hope this project enables people to know that even when we are separated, we are not alone. Through sharing our experiences and stories, we can remain connected to one another and move forward together during this difficult time. To continue reading the imagined anecdotes, please visit my Instagram page at 100 Imagined Anecdotes or my website at 100imaginedanecdotes.com. Thank you.
Why does alarm snooze last 9 minutes? That's the question I asked myself today. I hit my snooze button 3 times this morning and woke up 27 minutes later than what I had planned. We ask ourselves questions every day, but how many of them get answered? Hi, I'm Pim, one of the more quiet students who find asking questions in class quite intimidating. Raising my hand raises my heartbeat, and my brain often shuts down when I'm about to pose my question. However, I find myself always curious and wondered about many things in life. When I drink water from a metal straw, I ask myself, are metal straws actually better than the plastic ones? Or while I eat pancakes, I wonder why maple syrup jar has a teeny tiny grip. I find many things around me mysterious, and there are always new discoveries I want to dig deeper into. But then I realize, when these curiosities only stay in my head, they remain puzzles. To piece together these puzzles, for 100 curious days, I posted my supposed stupid questions that I asked myself each day, along with answers that I learned from investigating them. Do you know why we have palm lines? Nope, this is not about palm reading. They don't foretell the future. Instead, they allow our palm skin stretch and squeeze, so we can grab things easily. Have you ever wondered why you always have the urge to pinch cute things? Or how many layers are there in the croissant you just ate? Or why does the paper cut hurt so much? These are questions that are easily overlooked. We mostly are unaware of them. But really, they challenge our minds and open up new perspectives. In the search for answers, I was mostly surprised. I learned about my subconscious biases clouding my understanding of the world. I learned to prove things before judging and be more observant to make better decisions. These discoveries are small wins. I become more inquisitive, want to explore new things and find answers to my queries. Through the 100 Curious Days project, I hope to encourage others to be more attentive and not hesitant to ask dumb questions. I hope the project evokes explorations, sparks wonder, and most importantly, considers inquiries as a means to ignite changes in our daily lives. Curiosity keeps our minds sharp and active. When we get questions answered, we learn something, even from ones we thought were silly. Questions set the mind on a hunt, and finding answers helps us grow. So, what are you most curious about today? Be mindful, step out of your head, raise questions no one else is asking, and get those curiosities answered with 100 Curious Days. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Callie Atlas, and I'm excited to share my 100-day project, 100 Mighty Tchotchkes, with you. I've always been intrigued by the things that stand out, that feel out of place. I'm the girl who asks a lot of questions, always trying to uncover patterns and connections in culture and how it connects to our daily lives. Like this booklet I found in an unexpected place in Prague, a shelf outside a bathroom, but it holds an unexpected message and emotion. These are the things that have more to them than what meets the eye. They often hold memories, moments, and snippets of our lives. Chances are everyone has a little object or trinket like this that they keep close, perhaps in the office, in a car, or in a bedroom. It may feel out of place from the rest of the decor or is weathered or torn, but is likely there for a reason, encompassed in a deep meaning. For 100 days, I set out to ask 100 different people to share their tchotchke that they keep close and why. I wanted to explore any patterns that emerge in hopes of gaining a better understanding of what drives our behavior and shapes who we are. This was a narrative exercise in capturing how seemingly normal objects hold significant meaning to others. By definition, a tchotchke is a knick-knack, an unimportant little object, something that collects dust. But to me, tchotchkes are mighty. Though they may appear odd or out of place, they have a meaningful purpose to the owner. I talked to many people from many different backgrounds, from teachers and architects to medical professionals, and asked them to share where they got their tchotchke, how long they've had it, where they keep it, and what it reminds them of. I then documented it by handwriting their story, accompanied by a photograph of their tchotchke. Over the course of the 100 days, I was surprised, humored, and inspired by the stories and tchotchkes people shared with me. From a 20-year-old dehydrated orange that turned from a science experiment into a now treasured decoration, a 25-year-old chestnut roasted on a street corner in New York City that documents the first trip with a boyfriend, now husband, a dollar bill that marks achievement and success in America, a little note from a friend that brings back laughter at a glance, and a cat-shaped pity bank that brought love to one's life. This process opened my eyes to the universality and the connections people have with these seemingly ordinary objects. The objects we have lying on our bedstand, near our computer, or on our car dashboard are not only a reflection of ourselves, but the intimacy we humans crave for these little moments. I discovered through each conversation we were re-establishing a connection, both with myself and their chosen tchotchke. There is a power in how an object can so easily remind us of something so positive, especially in a time when we are confined to our homes and have little inspiration. There is a new appreciation in our lives for the little yet mighty things. You can follow along and read the narratives on my website, mightytchotchkes.com, and on my Instagram handle, @100mightytchotchkes. I continue to be inspired by each tchotchke and hope to continue this project. I welcome anyone to reach out and share their tchotchke with me. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ria Oshiro, and my 100-day project is called 100 Fine Lines. When I moved to New York City from Tokyo in 1993 for my undergrad, I hoped to make friends with various ethnic backgrounds because I grew up in Japan, a homogeneous country. My curiosity always led me to observe how people react to tensions between different ethnic groups because I had not experienced them in Tokyo. I had never heard of terms like cultural appropriation, nor assimilation. The longer I was in New York, just like these California roads, I started seeking to assimilate into American society without realizing that the cause of that desire was my hidden shame as a person of color. I always gravitated towards things with polarizing, distinct meanings in different cultures. For example, swastika is known as the Nazi symbol of terror and oppression, but the original meaning was far from it before the Nazis' appropriation. In Japan, it is the symbol of awe or eternity, which can be seen in temples. I decided that the subject for my 100-day project should be about developing a deeper understanding of cross-cultural symbolism and the semiotics around them. So I called my 100-day project 100 Fine Lines, walking the fine line between cross-cultural symbolism and perception. For example, a race-based symbol can mean Black power, feminism, or dominance. Can one symbol be either empowering or repulsive, depending on who sends or receives the signal? We often use the OK emoji symbol via text or on social media platforms. But in certain cultures, it means something else in specific contexts. Through my career in the beauty industry, I have witnessed a significant lack of sensitivity around diversity and inclusion. So my mission is to infuse inclusivity into ideation when I graduate. Through my 100-day project, I have learned that a specific audience might perceive a message that lacks respect, sometimes due to privilege or naiveness. Even when unintended, they perceive it negatively. I want to put what I learned into practice by ensuring brands are stepping towards compassion and respect for their audience in the future. If you find this interesting, please follow at 100 Fine Lines on Instagram and check out my post. Thank you.
This is the story of the window stories. In March 2020, New York City, we were told to stay home. Isolation was the best thing to do. Stay home, save lives. My name is Mai. Growing up with another 4 siblings, I've always tried to be around people, as my worst fear is to be locked in a home alone. But there I was, staying home alone. My very first thought of the quarantine was I would definitely end up being Tom Hanks from the Castaway movie. Where is my Wilson? What would I do? The reality wasn't so bad. There were lights from the windows. Now, if I would be looking at the same view every day, I would be so bored. What if I could make a little something comes to life with little tweaks? At any time of day, I would grab a marker and draw any ideas that come to mind. Not only imagining ideas, but to connect with the world, with the ones that happened and the one that did not. This 100 days taught me to look at things in different ways at my darkest time. It challenged me to be creative. So can you. Creativity can solve almost any problem. The creative act, the defeat of habit by originality, overcomes everything. The Window Stories is running on Instagram. There are so many things I want to share with the world, and it would be great if you can see it with me. You can follow my work at The Window Stories. This is the story of The Window Stories. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sarah O'Connor, and this is my 100 Days project, 100 Days of Saving Time. So, I'm someone who's efficiency obsessed. For the last 10 months, I've been not only a full-time student in the Masters in Branding program, but a full-time employee, a full-time partner, and a full-time owner of 2 cats. To meet these responsibilities, which I was and am privileged to have, I've had to save time wherever I could without compromising on performance. Around January, I noticed a strange thing though. For all the time I was saving with new behaviors like walking to work instead of hitting the gym, finishing homework after my girlfriend had gone to sleep, and investing very heavily in takeout, I couldn't account for any of it. What was happening to all this time I was saving? Any time that was saved on one thing seemed to be absorbed by another, and it was all a blur. For my 100 Days project, I wanted to track this time and put it to good use, so I set up a fundraiser on Rally Up to support the Sentencing Project, an organization dedicated to criminal justice reform. Like a walkathon, I asked people to pledge a dollar amount per hour that I would save over the course of the 100 days. I recorded my time saved using a dot system, where each filled dot represented 1 hour. The time saved per post is in the upper left, and the accumulated time saved is at the bottom. Since starting this project in May, I've learned that the ability to save time the way that I do is a luxury. Many of my posts pertain to time-saving purchases, a washing machine, prescription delivery, a dehumidifier. I learned that I saved less time by multitasking than I originally thought, that things like asking for help, planning ahead, and taking breaks are also key to my productivity. And lastly, I learned that by spending an hour each day to reflect on my activities and where I had done more than I expected, I was better able to take pride in my accomplishments. My project lives on Instagram. The handle is SavingTime100. See you there. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sophie Lubin, and I'm excited to share my 100-day project with you. I have always been a very observant, thorough, and detail-oriented person. I often notice things that other people ignore or don't notice at all. For better or worse, I see the world on a granular level. But in this fast-paced world we live in, it's easy to forget to stop and smell the roses. Much less to ask ourselves things like, why do roses have prickles? For my 100-day project, I set out to help people realize the power of these small but mighty details, the subtle things we have never noticed, and the things we have seen a million times but have never questioned. Often, these details have been under our noses all along but have never been processed by our brains. Whether or not we realize it, everything we see, touch, use, play with, wear has been carefully considered and designed with a distinct purpose. Sometimes to help us, and sometimes to manipulate us. We all see the world differently, and while some people are big picture thinkers, I wanted to share my microscopic perspective and love of details with others through this project. Some of the details I shared were ones I was already familiar with, but as I progressed, I had to look outside of my own experience. I talked to friends, family members, professors, fellow students, did extensive research, and sometimes I just went outside and took a walk. I explored details of all kinds, in furniture, nature, branding, sports, design, animals, food, clothing, architecture, and more. And in the process, as I constantly scouted for details, I opened up my own eyes even further to the world around me. I learned to ask questions constantly, in the most unexpected circumstances. Why do dogs have whiskers? What is that hook at the end of haircutting shears? What purpose do the holes in crackers serve? Asking these questions helped me uncover some of my most compelling details. I hope that I encourage others to do the same, to ask questions and to keep their eyes open as they go through life, to notice and appreciate the power of the smallest things designed to do big things. Like the vented pen cap with an air hole at the tip in case a child chokes on it. Or the absence of dollar signs on restaurant menus, designed to get diners to spend more money. If we can open our eyes to these details, we can learn to be more aware, more observant, and ultimately, more present. You can follow my project on Instagram at 100_details. I'm still on the hunt for more details and would love to hear from you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ori, and my 100 days project is called Notes from My Body. Having been told more than 100 times that I am too feminine to be a cool girl, I have tried to abandon my feminine identity. I have attempted to portray myself as less feminine because of the connotations of women as the weaker sex. I have tried to be a feminist, and then figured out that I didn't really feel empowered under the big F wave. Gradually, I realized that the word femininity doesn't make any sense without various and specific descriptions. But sadly, we interpret it within a second with quick assumptions. I realized since the word feminine is so closely tied to me, I need to treat it unapologetically. I must own the power of interpretation of my own body. This is my initial attempt of creating notes from my body. I chose the form of illustrations along with notes to explore the beauty and constraints of femininity through my own lens, which is one of a 25-year-old Asian feminine girl. Through this project, I aim to make women feel more comfortable being feminine, because not all of them do. I wanted to explain that although biology dominates the patriarchal world, it didn't have to be this way. As I constantly reached out to people trying to get wider perspectives of femininity, Notes from My Body became a more complex project than I initially intended. I discovered that most of the time we live under the shadow of age and marriage more than men. Feminine traits are being generalized. So I started the series called The Sacred Uterus, expressing how my body is perceived as nothing but a tool. I also found that sometimes we fail to identify gender expression as different from sexual expression, and that males who have genuine feminine qualities might struggle with their femininity just as I do. People don't always feel comfortable to show their true will of gender expression in public, or even to friends. So I started another series called If in a Vacuum, Reimagining Gender Conformity. This is the only series in which I don't make any comments but record. I have been interviewing people about their unrevealed feminine traits. I ask them if they have any alternate gender side that they rarely show to others, the side that only exists in a vacuum. I am continuing updating thoughts and interviews on Instagram, and I wish this project can last more than 100 days. Because once the branding of femininity stops, this word itself won't make any sense to me anymore. But I love it so much. Follow along on Instagram and share your thoughts with me. We all contribute to the definition of femininity. Thank you.
Hello, my name is David Gray Kudashima, and I began a project called the Universal Calvin and Hobbes, a nod to the hyperbolic titles of Bill Watterson's collections of beloved comic strips about a boy, a tiger, and the wonders of adolescence. For many who did not grow up reading newspaper comics in the 80s and 90s, Calvin and Hobbes is perhaps an unfamiliar work, or simply conjures images of bumper stickers of a naughty boy who urinates on everything from Chevy logos to infamous terrorists. But for the many who are familiar with Watterson's much beloved comic, Calvin is much more than a rascally Dennis Menace or a mischievous Bart Simpson. Readers instead are drawn into a world of natural splendor, the simple indulgences and relative injustices of childhood, and the philosophical ruminations of a young boy and his imaginary companion. In my own youth, Calvin and Hobbes was an inspiration for outdoor play and a primer on some of life's biggest questions. Why are we here? What is our place in the natural world? Why do people keep telling me childhood is the best time of my life when I spend so much of it in school? The deeper significance of Watterson's work was reinforced by the pastor at my childhood church, Dr. Joey McDonald, who would often preface his sermons about peace, love, forgiveness, and generosity with an excerpt from the book of Calvin and Hobbes. But despite everything that made these stories and images compelling to me as a child, I also felt an irreconcilable distance from them. As a mixed-race kid growing up in Los Angeles, Calvin's privileged identity and his expansive bucolic world often left me feeling like my own childhood was an inadequate facsimile of an American ideal, despite my own relative privilege and access to the outdoors. The Universal Calvin and Hobbes grew from a long-standing desire of mine to reimagine the world of this comic inhabited by kids with apparent identities different than Calvin's. In part, it grew from a simple attempt to make this work and its reverence for natural wonder more accessible to more people. But it was also an exploration of how identity can transform a perceived environment, and vice versa. Through this project, I also wanted to challenge my abilities as a creative and commit myself to a regular practice of drawing, something that I have long been intimidated by and shy of sharing. Working on this project, in this moment of overdue social upheaval, has felt both rewarding and woefully naive. It has also forced me to consider how degrees of privilege exist, not just in the identities we are given and assume, and in the environments we inhabit, but also in the words we utter and the beliefs we hold to be true. By reimagining and drawing Calvin every day, I've had to really confront many personal fears, as well as my own perceptions of the identities of others. Cartoons are both a challenging and promising medium. On one hand, they are ambiguous enough to allow multitudes to see themselves in the work. But on the other hand, they also lend themselves to become caricatures of identities, especially when drawn by someone else. Because of this, my continued exploration of this project remains uncertain. The Universal Calvin and Hobbes has certainly resonated with a number of people, and I would like to see this work become more accessible to more audiences. But I also am excited to explore beyond Watterson's pastoral setting and imagine a world that is even more complicated and idyllic than the one I dreamed of as a child. You can follow this project on Instagram at the Universal Calvin and Hobbes, or find a link at davidkurashima.com. I'd like to thank Jahan Miller at Project Inkblot and comic writer and futurist Tony Patrick, as well as Buddy Scalera, Kenny Freeze, and my mentor Jennifer Keenan for sharing their thoughts, advice, and much welcome criticism of this project. Thank you. 2020 was to be a year that defined a new trajectory in our lives. An end to a brief but arduous journey, and the beginning of an unfamiliar but exciting next chapter. Little did any of us know how 2020 would become a universally pivotal moment that would affect the course of the entire human experience. In the midst of this year's succession of crises and hardships, our academic work has felt both trivial and necessary, woefully abstract and painfully immediate. Thesis was not just an exercise in research and strategy, it was also a process of self-reflection and an analysis of our own unfolding experience. Our experience of resilience, of weakness, of experimentation, and the amplification of what is both heartbreaking and wonderful about the world we live in. Many of us miss New York. We all miss each other. We miss our incredible faculty, the intimacy of the studio, the lost opportunities and shared experiences of the students that have come before us, and of course, Sophie, the dog. We had come together in New York to learn and collaborate together, but we are now once again scattered all over the globe. We have been living out of suitcases in our parents' basements, with future in-laws and in isolated apartments. We've conducted presentations from treadmill desks, been caught in a bar while in class, been briefly identified as a murder suspect while on a break, and walked to our computers in our sleep, dreaming we were late. Though our experiences have been disparate, they have also been universal, as endured through the contemporary component of the human condition known as Zoom. As Heidegger once noted, through technology, everything has been lumped together into uniform distance-less. Physical intimacy has been lost and replaced with a narrow but intimate window into our domestic lives and emotional vulnerabilities. As we were before, we are simultaneously near and distant. Nothing and everything has changed. But in the midst of our individual isolation, we've collectively persisted and excelled in our work. We found clarity and purpose. We've discovered confidence in our inner strengths, and we've come to better know our limitations and boundless potential, as well as the limitations and potential of technology, of society, of the field of branding, and of the classmates who we've all come to know and love. Having come through the other side of this program, we have all found a deep sense of gratitude. We are grateful for the things big and small, for technology, for cookies, for our health, and for the opportunities found in adversity. We are grateful for our friends and family and loved ones who have endured and supported us through this year. We are grateful for the profound commitment of our faculty, advisors, and mentors. We are grateful for Emily, Katie, and Amanda, and of course, for Debbie. Debbie, we are all grateful for this journey, for the positive impact this has had on our lives and the narratives we will create, and for this unique opportunity that you've given to us, to past alum, and to the students of graduating classes yet to come. Lastly, thank you, class of 2020. Our lives will forever be intertwined with each other's shared experience of a profound moment in the course of human history. We all have helped each other over the finish line, and I know I am not alone in my gratitude for such a resilient and generous cohort of people. I wish us all the best in whatever comes next, though I more than suspect many of us will continue our success in this challenging moment together. With that, we conclude SVA's 2020 Masters in Branding thesis presentation, as we wish you a good morning, a good afternoon, good evening, and good night, from near and from afar, side by side. Thank you.